Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Monday, August the 2nd. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William, so you can hear me, you can see my screen. So guys, unfortunately, technology has let me down again today. My Bluetooth kept disconnecting. So hopefully not too obtrusive. You're going to hear a little bit of music in the background, plus you're going to hear my sound alerts coming over my speakers. So I'm not going to be able to do anything until the market closes. So again, hopefully that's not too obtrusive for you guys to hear a little bit of noise, sound in the background. So what is happening? First of all, Twitter, guys. Twitter is the trade of the week. TWTR. That is the one that was selected and considered live at around, I think, 71.93. 71.93. So what else is happening? So Dolphin, yeah, DLPN and HOFV, of course they're tied in, but I didn't actually, I thought the news actually was more for DLPN. DLPN entertainment shares are trading higher after the company announced West Realmshire Services, announced a partnership, etc. So, I mean, I know HOFV are tied in with them. But anyway, DLPN, so these TCATs, or the TCATs, the NFGs are making a bit of a comeback. We had a little bit of action on Friday from TCAT and some of the other ones. And of course, HOFV the same. EVK, I'm not sure I saw any specific news on EVK. That's right, a 5 million, okay, there was some specific news. $5 million stock buyback announcement for EVK. Low float, about 4 million in the float. So it popped up, and let's see, 483. So there's the high in the pre-market, 483. Well, I'll have to wait and see. I mean, this is, again, a low float. The next high looking left on the monthly chart is about 484. So if it takes that out, then the next high is way up here at 829. So let's just see what happens. XCUR is gapping up still. Let's see. Oh boy, a little bit of lag, guys. Sorry. 182. So let's see what's happening. Up 34%. So again, I'm just reading a headline, $1 billion option, $1 billion option, licensing with PAC with Ipsen. So obviously eye-catching. The other one that's kind of eye-catching is AUTL. They've got Moderna in the press release with them, AUTL. So I've got Moderna in the press release with them. They're up 21% right now. 66 million in the float, so it's not super low. But again, one of these things, just have to wait and see what happens once this market opens. IMVT, this got hammered this morning. It was a cash injection, but I get obviously treated like a financing. So IMVT down 23%. Trying to crawl back a little bit, but IMVT. Sava is making a comeback. Of course, I got hammered last week. Alzheimer news got hammered last week, but it is making a nice comeback. I mean, it's up 8%. ON is an earnings play. Not too many earnings plays this morning. Companies releasing earnings before the market opens. But here's a nice one. This is not quite an all-time high, but almost. I guess here's the all-time high is right up here, 44.59. So it's almost an all-time high for ON. By the way, you're looking at the new single stock window. You don't have this yet. This is the new single stock window. Kind of like what they've done with it. You've got the graphic, but you've also got the percent here. So there are some other changes, but that's the noticeable one for me. XPAV, guys, XPAV. Big percentage increase in sales year to year and month to month for XPAV. China EV play, of course. I believe that's probably making LI and NIO. LI and NIO are probably up a bit. How's NIO doing? NIO is up also, yes. So they're all up, but XPEV is the big one with the actual. So LI had news also? Okay. VXRT. This one really ran high before it pulled back. Got up to what, 857. So the pullback is not excessive. I think they have FDA clearance for a new drug application, and that is the deal with VXRT. Not a low float, 121 million in the float. This has been super active. And INFI. I think JP Morgan's got some kind of an upgrade for them. INFI. Some kind of, I believe JP Morgan has an upgrade for them. Yeah, it says Infinity Pharma adds another bull at JP Morgan. Okay, what else is sneaking in here? ATCX is actually not doing too badly out also this morning. ATCX actually gapped up to about 1260. Just pulled all the way back down to 10. Don't see any. There was some news. Consultants announced a date for second quarter results. Okay, that's not really headline shaking news, but okay. Yeah, and GE, very surprised. I don't know. I guess this was planned. Obviously, this was planned. GE did a 1-for-8 reverse split. When I first saw it this morning, the reverse split had not been accounted for, and I'm looking at GE. It's up like $100. I'm going, what? But anyway, this has now been adjusted. So for the reverse split, a 1-for-8 reverse split. Not 100% sure why they did that. I know. Typically, I mean, the stock was obviously over $1, so, but they had some reason for doing it. And let's see, yeah, so that AUTL guys, I mean, just putting Moderna in the press release with them, I mean, it's going to probably give them, should be active most of the day anyway. Both up or down, but so 24% up, UK stock. And EVK continues to move a little bit here. And Twitter getting closer to, now again, the trade of the week, how you trade it is up to you. I mean, the suggested entries are around 71.93, but how you trade it will be up to you if you trade it at all. All right, guys, so what I'm going to do now is just take a quick look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from the analysts. I'm going to check my briefing.com. That's where I get there we go. So how many do we have? Not too many of either. A few more upgrades and downgrades. Let me get them in right now. All right, there are some of the upgrades. We get the downgrades in, not too many downgrades this morning. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades this morning from briefing.com. And by the way, big thanks. I don't know if Kev is in the room or Idolikus in the YouTube room. I see you there, Flubber. Thanks so much for the help Friday afternoon, getting my projection issue with OBS resolved. Thank you so much for that. And AUTL, guys, AUTL is on the move. A little bit on the move. Well, I got another one, Flubber, but this is one I don't think you can help me on. Bluetooth is disconnecting on me. But anyway, I'll look at that after hours. Yeah, ON is almost an all-time high. It's just very, very close to being an all-time high. There it is right there. There's the all-time high for 44.59. And skills, SKLZ is gapping up also now. And this is an earnings play after hours tomorrow. SKLZ. See if there's any specific news. Has formed a strategic partnership with Exit Games. Makes $50 million for a minority stake in Exit. All right. Under the terms of the deal, Skills has invested $50 million for a minority stake in Exit Games. Okay, so some news for SKLZ. Now, the market, let's see, we're going to have as we speak anyway, we're going to have a positive open. Of course, infrastructure, again, guys, on again, off again, but it seems to be on again. So we'll just have to wait and see later on in the week. And let's see, I'm just taking a look. IMVT is actually having a pretty nice comeback here. IMVT. So this is plunges on a $200 million equity investment. So it's a dilution, obviously. At $11.75 a share. Well, it's interesting though. Purchased 17 million shares at around $11.75 per share. Something's going on here because that's pretty good support at $11.75 a share. So something else is going on that I'm not quite sure how to figure it out. I mean that's way below that $11.75. So maybe keep an eye on the IMVT for a potential big rebound. I don't know. Maybe people are just seeing the $200 million and didn't examine it more. Maybe William, you can help on this one. Citron. MRIN, I think I forgot to mention this one. MRIN is an earnings play, actually, gapping down on earnings. MRIN. So actually it looks like they released earnings after hours on Friday. Very rare. So they released that. So today is the day it's in play. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Now, let's take a look at the sectors this morning, see what's happening. Go to the dog channel bar and check on the sectors, see what sectors are moving this morning. Of course, the market is, we've got certainly a positive open in store. So we would think that most of the indices, ETFs are up, and that's the case. Again, look at energy. So everything else, so technology is up, financials are up, consumer staples are up, healthcare, virtually everything. I mean, look at consumer discretionary. Communications, of course, with technology. So everything is up except for energy. Energy still cannot really shake free. Again, this can change, of course, once the market opens, but this is a glimpse right now of what's happening in the pre-market with the various, with the major ETFs. Well, that's not good. This is why it's a beta. Okay, so now we're back. Give me a moment here. Oh, Here we go. Here it is. All right, so Galt is starting to Galt must be moving a little bit. I had Galt on my list, so I had a big pop after hours on Friday. Actually, look at Galt. This could be interesting. 41 million in the float. Just looking to see if there's any specific reason, and I do not see any specific reason for Galt being up. And Under Armour. Under Armour's up also. Take a look at UAA. It says earnings tomorrow before the market opens, unless they announced early. I don't think they did. So Under Armour has earnings tomorrow before the market opens. And that's UAA. A little bit of a move ahead of that. Maybe keep an eye on Robinhood. It's still below the IPO price. You know, who knows? I mean, 38 was the IPO price. It's just slightly underneath it. Hey, Galt's on the move, guys. G-A-L-T on the move here. I don't see any specific reason for it. It's not a super low float, 41 million in the float, so it's not super low, but it is definitely on the move. 200-day moving average is, well, it's above it, so 282, so it took that out like nothing. So that's not an issue. The next high looking left on the daily chart is 321, and after that, 350. Okay, that ATCX has been all over the place. Last time I looked, it was down at $10. Now look at it. It had popped up right here, pulled right back down, and now it's right back up. Low, fairly low float, 21 million in the float for ATCX. And let's see. So they're, you know, unless this is a just give me a moment here. Unless this is an infrastructure play. The reason I say that, it seems to be wrapped into a headline about infrastructure. I don't see any news other than the fact that they announced a date for second quarter, but who cares? I mean, that can't be the reason. Anyway, ATCX. Okay, I'll look at Lumo. That's pink, not a pink sheet stock. Well, it popped up and right back down, but low float, not very much volume yet. All right, guys, listen, the market's going to open in about 15 seconds. Let's have a great start to this trading week. And this is the week where if you're thinking about doing the test drive, this is the week to sign up. It starts on Monday next week, so I'll talk about that in a little bit. I'm going to get prepared for the open, and now we're open. Okay, guys, I'm going to say you're going to hear my sound alerts in the background. I'm having a Bluetooth issue, so I can't. I'm going to have to hear it through my speakers. BSQR. I'm not sure I mentioned BSQR. This is one that was up also. Again, didn't see any specific news on it, but it's starting to fade. The one I'm intrigued about is the IMVT, because the financing, if you want to call it a financing, cash injection, was done at 1175 or something. So something's going on that I'm just not quite aware of. You know, I mean, this is the news. Plunges on a $200 million equity investment to support, and they bought. Where did I see that? Yeah, purchased around 17 million shares at 11.75 a share. I mean, that seems pretty bullish to me for the stock to be down at 880, but there obviously something else is going on. Okay, BTBT, active again, crypto play, big pop here, lots of volume, BTBT. Again, nothing will happen in these two windows until at least 9:45. That is by design. I like to see things settle down just a little bit. Of course, I'll be watching my options scanner, see if anything happens in that. We had two fantastic days last week. I think on, actually Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday were great. Thursday we had one okay one, and then Friday really nothing happened. Yeah, down goes that DLPN. I just don't trust any of those. How is TCAT doing, just out of interest? Okay, guys, it's early. You can see what can happen. It got up to $10, pulled back down to $9.40. You know, things can be very choppy in the first 15 minutes. So that's typically why I don't like to sell or trade in the first 15. But let's take a look at TCAP to see if the rest of those NFGs are doing anything. And yeah, it's up a little bit, but okay, MTTR from last week. This was a, I guess this is a, yeah, this was a IPO back here. So this is now, no, I guess this is, I don't know. I can't read this now. It doesn't appear that this is an IPO because there's the position in the lifetime range. So maybe this was a symbol name change of some sort. I just can't remember. Matter report. Yes, we have a halt for AHPI. This, of course, was super active last week. Another halt on the way up for AHPI. Low float, 3.2 million in the float. BTBT right back up. Lots of volume coming in. Okay, you guys were talking about GELD, J-E-L-D. Let's take a look at GELD and see what the scoop is on that one. And let's see. Okay, so this is actually an earnings play. Didn't see it really in the pre-market. Didn't do anything in the pre-market, really. But it is an earnings play, J-E-L-D. Oh, that's right, Casa. You know, you're right. Of course you're right. So it's the new symbol for the SPAC, okay. IMVT recovering here, guys. Again, I mean, I don't know. 1175 is where they bought $200 million worth of stock, or as a cash injection. So, I mean, this is way, way below it. Now, VXRT is just making a new high. There's the pre-market high for VXRT. Did have some news. FDA clearance for a new drug application for VXRT. Clears the mid stage trial. Again, they're all about the oral vaccine candidate for COVID. I think if, I mean, Hood, what I should do, and what I will do, not a should or would, I'm going to put an alert at 38. See, I think I actually have. Okay, I do have some alerts up here for Hood. I mean, there's the IPO price. Yeah, this was a flyer from last week. EVGO on the way down here. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. SQ. Okay, let's take a look. I know it's a more expensive one. Sort of out of the range I like to trade. Wow. Oh my goodness. So it's almost an all-time high. I'm liking this, guys. Again, this is the new single stock window. Not available for you guys yet. This is a development version. And I like the graphical and numeric presentation now. There are some other different changes here, but I like the numeric and graphical presentation at the same time. I'm surprised they're, well, I shouldn't say that. I mean, GME, of course, used to be an expensive stock. Well, still is, 160, but I'm surprised that the WSB crew is into this one, but hey. Yeah, I think breaking out over 10, what did BTBT last week? Actually, it never broke over 10 last week. I thought it did. I guess not. Just breaking now over 10, BTBT. Again, it's early. Lots of volume coming in. It's a low float, 15 million in the float. Lots of volume coming in. So it's right at 10, guys. 996, 10, bid ask, 995, 994, 996, 998, 10. So it's just right at that 10 level for BTBT. Well, AUTL, no bueno. Okay, guys, BTBT on the move here, over 10. Still pretty whippy, but it is over 10 at least. 10. So let's take a look at GBTC. I know obviously BT, all about Bitcoin. Let's take a look at GBTC. And actually it's funny. Well, not funny, but GBTC is not moving higher. Okay, I'm just looking at some of my thumbnail charts and some of the flyers in the pre-market, really giving it up. I'm looking at DLPN, I'm looking at EVK, VXRT. Here's that EVK just sinking now. Okay, so KPLT, what's the volume like? Not bad to start. Not a good spread, guys. 886, 902. I mean, I'm just going to point that out. If you're looking at it from the AI, I mean, the spread is not good right now. I mean, it might tighten up, and it might. So it's not a super low float either. 51 million. All right, BTBT is holding 10, but can be incredibly whippy, okay? So if you're going to take this one, look at the float, 14 million in the float. So it's holding 10 barely. All right, what is the market doing? So we've got the Dow up, we have SPY up, and we have Tech up. So there's no disconnect right now as we speak. Macy's, take a look at Macy's. I think Macy's is having a bit of a run. Look at that bottoming tail. A little scary, guys. And KLA, I'm just seeing making a new low. Almost at a lifetime low. Again, 2.7% away from that. Yeah, so this is a long haul for AHPI. Long halt. Typically they are 5-minute halts, but obviously this is going to be longer. Could be a 10-minute halt. Usually they're multiples of 5. So if it's not a 5, it'll be a 10, which means 944.08. There it goes. Perfect. So that was a 10-minute halt for 8. Wow. So it got halted at 881, and it popped right up to 950. So if you're lucky enough to get in it before the halt, you know, I mean, to trade accordingly. RMED. I know some of you guys were talking about RMED. RMED. All right, so there's the 200-day. That's far enough away at 556. So that's far enough away. That's well over $1 away from it. See if there's any news on it. I don't see any specific news on RMED. Low float, 4.9 million in the float. All right, now keep an eye on the BTBT. I mean, it flirted with 10 for a while. It still hasn't pulled back a huge amount. The other one you guys want to watch maybe is ANVS. It got clobbered on, was it Thursday? Yeah, on Thursday. Clobbered on Thursday. Kept moving down a little bit on Friday. I think this is an Alzheimer play also. All right, Galt. Okay, so a lot of these are just not holding their gains at all. I'm somewhat surprised with the AUTL. I thought, you know, just with having Moderna in the press release, that might give it a bit of juice, but that is not happening. All right, guys, definitely, I mean, keep your eye on the BTBT. I mean, it is tried to get over 10 a couple of times, got up to what, 10.25, it pulled back. Not horribly. It's definitely the most active of the crypto plays right now anyway. No, I'm not. No, it's just whatever Sirius is playing on that channel. That's what's happening. BLMN guys, Bloomin' Brands. Wow, this is an interesting one. Look where it is. Look at the highs of a few days ago. It's right there. Yeah, I've got a Bluetooth issue, so I can't use my headsets today. So, not so much I want the music, but I need to hear my sound alerts too. MAT, Mattel. MAT, Mattel. Sorry, well this is ORI. ORI. I know the AI is shorting INVT. I don't know. I'm just somewhat reluctant because of the where the fund or whoever they are bought, and that's at 11.75. But hey, there's got to be something else going on. All right, yeah, BTBT now over 10 again. Will it hold this time? Yeah, well, maybe this time. BTBT, 1024 now.
BTBT.
I mean, let's take a look at BTBT and see where it could go. On the monthly chart, 1008, so it's above that. The next high is 1352. Again, I'm not saying it's going to get there. Back here, 1008, so yeah, so I mean, it's got room on the monthly chart. On the weekly chart, 1008. Yeah, 1121, so I mean, this has got some room, guys. If it can hold this level, on the weekly chart, about $1 away from the high in the weekly chart, and you know, on the monthly chart, it's even more. RMED is, all right, chopped around a little bit on the 2-minute chart. It looks like it's trying to break out a bit. RMED, don't see any specific news on it. Okay, guys, BTBT definitely on the move now. Right here, basic new highs. Just basic new highs. That's what it's repeating. Very simple one. Give me a moment, guys. All right, guys, BTBT definitely on the move here. Again, just if you're in it, be careful. It's 15 million in the float. It can be very whippy, but you know, the longer it held 10, of course, the better. RMED was halted.
Good morning, Dave Kendall with the Sluggo on first wave
wrong symbol. RMED. So what happened was obviously got halted on the way up. Now getting closer and closer to that 200-day moving average.
Depeche Mode on the way, missing persons too. First, some live YouTube.
How's Mara doing? Just for fun, take a look and see if Mara is following BTBT at all. Yeah, you know, this BTBT is just trading on its own in terms of a crypto play. I guess because it's cheaper and also very low float for BTBT. So it's kind of a disconnect with what's happening with crypto to a certain extent. Okay, TGTX is an earnings play. Again, not really any action pre-market for TGTX. Yeah, I'm aware of it. Thank you. Of the 200-day. Yep. Well, obviously, yeah. I mean, 11 is the next major, but there's that green line on my daily chart looming above it. That is the 200-day moving average, as was pointed out. So if you're in this one, two things: 11, just the whole number, And then, of course, that 200-day moving average is not far away. Okay, give me a moment, please, guys. Well, guys, here it is. Moment of truth. 1123. I mean, it's an area, as Rio will point out. It's an area, but there it is, 1123. And we're talking about the BTBT coming right into that 200-day moving average. And I don't know what this, oh, this ALIN-E, don't know what this is. Oh, wait, another one, moving average, 556. Yeah, BTBT not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers anyway, so no downward pressure for the IB, anybody with IB trying to short this. All right, so I am going to give you a video, Talal, okay? Question was, how do I connect my broker with Broker Plus? So the first, in the link that I'm putting in here, in the link, there's a short video that explains how to do that, okay? There are two videos, but the first one explains how to do that. The second video is more detailed about once you're connected, some of the more advanced options you can, or features. But the first video, short video, shows you how you connect. All right, EVK. Okay, so after the little downturn, it's just got halted on the way up. EVK, halted on the way up. And again, this is a $5 million stock buyback announcement. And it's a low float, so yeah, I mean, it's, you know, for it, I guess that's pretty significant. Still nothing from the option scanner, either on the upside or the downside. All right, see you tomorrow, Paradox. So let's take a look at EVK and see where it could be stacking. No real clue. It says 495, 496, so no real clue as to where it may go. So are you talking about here in the single stock window? They're just filters, all right? If you're talking about the single stock window, when you say the details window, is that what that's what you're talking about, the single stock window? Okay, so if you have okay, first of all, do you have the single stock window up and running? First of all, you can take mine if you want, but these are just filters, okay? So it's just a matter of right click, configure, and then search. So if you searched on VWAP as an example, okay, so that's what I'm using, VWAP 1. You highlight it and then you say show column as an example, okay? These are just filters. The 200-day, same thing. The 200-day moving, so you just type in, okay, yeah, so you just type it in and then you can highlight it again, show column. So that 200-day moving average for BTBT proved to be, as we speak anyway, a stalling point. What did it get to? It got literally, there it is, 1125. What did it get to? It got, 1123. And it got to 1125, got to 1118. So far, that 200-day moving average is proving to be a real resistance area. UA and UAA, both very active ahead of earnings tomorrow. Which one trades more? So that's 942,000. Yeah, so the UAA trades a lot more, quite a bit more, about double. All right, guys, this is an earnings play, GPRE. Not a heck of a lot of volume, but it is an earnings play, GPRE. And you can see it's not quite a lifetime high. Somewhere, way back, it was higher. I guess, yeah, you've got to go back to 2014 to see those highs for GPRE. Oops. Just give me a moment, please. What's my thought on pins? And welcome, Krunal. Well, had earnings last week. Terrible reaction to earnings. So I don't know what to say right now. I mean, it hasn't had the big gap down on Friday from earnings, and now it's really trying to figure out, does it want to go down more, or is it going to have a rebound? I mean, I have no, if you're asking me what I think of the company, you know, I don't look at it like that. But obviously, I mean, that just got slammed down, and so far, really nothing shaking today. So Tomos, I don't know if you're just kidding me or not about the Henry Ford. I have no feeling whatsoever. If you are kidding me. Okay, guys. So take a look at the SPY. So we've got a bit of a downturn now in the SPY. Well, EVK, yeah, so it didn't really pop after the halt. It didn't really pop. It got over 5 barely. It's a low float, 4 million in the float. Moving because of a $5 million stock buyback announcement. Still nothing from the option scanner. Very slow day so far, guys. I mean, in terms of the number of alerts that I've got, hardly any. I mean, not too many in the basic new highs. A few more in the basic new lows, but not too many. And nothing in the option scanner. Not too many in the momentum up. Only 4. Actually, I think I forgot to mention Agri. I have it in my watch list. Agri was a big pop this morning. Pretty big pop when it was up at around 436. Yeah, it was a big percentage move, but again, no follow through. And now we've got a halt for EJH. Or is this an IPO? No? Wow, look at EJH. Ooh, boy. Look at this thing sink. Something happened. I don't see the specific news on it, but look at this. EGH sitting at 28, now down to 20. This is actually shortable, but it's, you know, I can't do it now, but so this is a China stock. Something's has had to hit the market here. I mean, that's a big gap down. 6 million in the float, so it's very low float. But something has happened. I mean, there's maybe some support around 8. The low right there is what, 1906 is the low. It's not that far away. 1660 is the actual low. I sort of remember this one now, guys, when it went public. It was ridiculous. Okay, BTBT challenging that 200-day again, guys. BTBT, another challenge for it. Or you know you're in the tech support. You've been posting a lot of stocks in the tech support area, just in case you didn't know. Yeah, EVK now over 5. Volume coming in, tons of volume coming in. This is traded the float, of course, 9 times, 9.6 times actually.
TK80.
Ah, TCAT. Yeah, so with Siri, I have to use my speakers today. My Bluetooth was not working correctly. So in order for me to hear my alerts, I have to. That's what you're hearing. You're hearing through my speakers and a little bit of music. Boy, BTBT, very frisky, guys. Look at TCAT. Okay, TCAT. I mean, I just have a tough time getting too excited about these, but so what's the SPY doing? SPY's kind of flattening out. We had a big bottoming tail down here, but the SPY's just kind of flattening out right now. Okay, guys, well, obviously from here, when did it get halted? What price did it get halted at? 495. So there was definitely time to get into this one at 456 or thereabouts from my watch list. EVK 548 now. It got halted at 485, I believe. Yeah, actually got halted at 495. So getting the alert at 456, there was time certainly to get in. I'm actually just kind of waiting to see what if anything we're going to get from the option scanner today. Okay, so Tomas, I don't know what, if you're trying to be funny here. I mean, I'm just going to delete that post though. I mean, I'm not finding it any less responsive. If you're using the docking version, I mean, it is a little less responsive than the, well, that's a little more. But then, the 4 point whatever versions before. But I'm not finding it any less than I found it last week. EVGO, this was, is this on the way down? Yeah, it's on the way down. Yeah, not shortable for me. Well, the IMVT, I just don't get it, but hey, listen, it's moving down. IMVT, so this was an alert from the AI, 848, 802 right now. Yeah, I haven't noticed any major difference, Saeed. So guys, a couple of good ones from the AI. I'm just, pointing these out if you have the AI, I mean, we've got a couple of good ones. Earnings play for TGTX. 3002 was the alert, 27 now, 2780 right now. And of course the IMVT. Make sure you keep that alert, price alert for BTBT and a break of the of the 200-day moving average. Yeah, listen, I mean, I completely agree. The charts loading is not the same as it was before. Hopefully they can, get it back. I know they're waiting on some servers and everything, so we'll have to see. I mean, I'm putting up with it. I'm right at my limit. Always the day, always the 200-day on the daily chart. Okay, I don't look at the 200 on any other time frame. Not to say that a person shouldn't, but I'm just always looking at the 200-day moving average. All right, guys, it's almost 10:20, so I think what I'll do is I'll go into my spiel right now. First of all, if you're brand new to the trading room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Share my screen and live on the mic. So, the test drive, fast approaching. I'm going to put the test drive link in here, okay? It starts next Monday. So, I'm going to put the test drive link in. Explain what it is. So if you click on the test drive link, this is what you're going to see. So for $11.11, you'll have access to our full premium service for 10 trading days, 2 weeks, okay? It starts on the 9th, and it runs to August 20th. So if you sign up today, what you're doing is you're pre-registering. So you're not going to get any data until the 9th. So please don't harass our support people, saying, hey, I just signed up, where's my data? It doesn't start to the 9th, and no, you can't start earlier. Okay? We're all set up for our support between the 9th and the 20th. Last time we had 4,000 people sign up. So anyway, that's for the test drive. So it's $11.11. If you're at all wondering about trade ideas, this is the time to do it, okay? Once the test drive is over, it's over. We don't put you into a subscription automatically, okay? There's nothing for you to do. If you, in other words, there's nothing to unsubscribe from. If you do want to take out a subscription afterwards, we'll have a nice promo code for you. But don't worry, we don't put you into a subscription automatically. Also, this is open for those of you who are standard subscribers and you want to try us out, the premium service for the 2 weeks. It will cost the $11.11. All right, so standard subscribers are also open to this offer. Now I will go over my homepage. Boy, that 200-day just stymieing the BTBT. Okay, so there's my homepage link, all right? Also, I have a tab here. This is available all day long. Barry's homepage tab. And if you click on the link there, is what you're going to see. So here's a way in which you can take out a subscription right now if you want. Barry 4 Alpha. There's your promo code 15% off the first month only or the entire year. Let's take a quick look to see how much trade it does cost. We have 4 plans. Annual and monthly, premium and standard, okay? Premium is 222 on an annual basis is 2268 a year minus the 15%, and the standard is 1068 a year minus the 15%. The big difference is the AI. There are some other differences, but the main reason why people want to take a look at our premium service is to see what the AI is all about. I will go over the AI in a bit. You don't have to have an annual plan. You can always go monthly. We have 118 for standard, 228 for premium. You can apply the discount, that 15% discount, to the first month only. Okay, so if you maintain a monthly subscription after that first month, this is what you will pay going forward. Trade of the week, sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I think this week's it's Twitter. I don't know if it's triggered or not. Twitter is the trade of the week this week. I do a stock of the day video. I do it around noon Eastern. These are free. If you have trade ideas and you want to take a look at my layout, this is the layout that I am displaying right now. And click for my layout right up here. Plus, I have individual scans that I've created that you might want to take a look at. Okay, so that's all in that scan section from my home page. And then there's an education section. So these two are free, and all the education is free also. Obviously, you have to be a subscriber to have access to my scans. I'm going to click on the education section. So again, if you're going to take this test drive, I would take a look at the 20 lessons. It's not going to take you 20 days. I would take a look at the 20 lessons. It goes over, what is a top list, building them, alert windows, creating them. Okay, I would definitely take a look at that. Daily, I'm going to scroll down because the other thing I think you should take a look at is these videos that we have here, the education videos. So if you're going to take the test drive, instead of just starting Monday without any knowledge of trade ideas, you should take a look at the 20 lessons and also take a look at these educational videos. Okay? Daily support sessions. So you'll hear me refer to a YouTube room from time to time. There's also a YouTube room that I moderate at the same time as the main room. It's the same as they see my screen, they can hear me. It's just not quite as active in terms of the number of traders and the posts, etc. But I do take a break at noon. And so if you want to head over to the YouTube room for between 12 and 1, you can do so. I think today is Sean, one of the other traders at Trade Ideas. He takes over for me. I'll put the link to the YouTube room in before I do take my break. And daily webinars, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. You can sign up for them all here. So again, a lot of information on my homepage. So my recommendation, save my link. And then you can always, these are the two sections which there's a lot of information on, my scans and education. You can just save my link and then you can take a look at this anytime you want. All right, let me just rearrange my window. I can tell you why the 200 days, because it's the most often watched indicator out there. Even for somebody like me who does not look at too many indicators, it's the one that virtually everybody is aware of. Okay, so that's about the best thing I can say, or that's my explanation, because I'm not a big indicator guy. But you can see here's another one. Got to the 200 day. I mean, it may break through, but a lot of times you'll just see a lot of action right at the 200 day. If it can't break through, it just rebounds back off it, and maybe, tomorrow, maybe never. You should be able to on your iPad, yep. It's web-based. It's a web-based version. It's web-based, so you should be able to. Are you not a subscriber, Lily? I thought you were a subscriber to Trade Ideas. Anyway, I think. Oh, I see. So you're going to take a look at the premium. I don't, Lily, I don't know the mechanics of it. I think what happens is maybe on Friday, you get an email or something like that that basically gives your login procedure and all that. I'm just not 100% sure on the mechanics of it. All right, guys, so now let me talk a little bit about what Trade Ideas is. Again, if you're new, we're a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the U.S. stock market. Doesn't matter who your broker is or where you live in the world, you can use Trade Ideas. So this is an example of a scan. I call it basic new highs and lows. If I right click and click on configure and click on summary, this is what this scan is looking for. So if a stock is between $1 and $20, the current volume is 4, it means it's trading at least 4 times normal up to this point of the day, with 400,000 shares minimum, etc. This is how you always start off with a scan, with the filters. So if a stock meets these filter requirements and it makes either a new high or a new low for the day, I get a real-time alert. That's why we see these stocks today. Okay? So the great news, or the great idea, I think anyway, is that you don't have to know how to program. Everything you do can be accessed from a menu. We feel we've created enough alerts, and then we come to these icons here, filters, that for the absolute majority of our customers, you can combine them to give you the type of scan that you're looking for.
Wow.
So if you're just starting out though, you don't even have to know how to create a scan. You know, you can take my layout if you wanted, or I've got the individual scans for you to take a look at, and we also have a channel bar. If you click on new, and if you're using our dock version, all these channels here, these are all theme related. So for instance, here's the momentum channel. And if you liked what you saw in this alert window called Momo, okay, and you can right click, configure, summary. This is always what you do. Then you can see what the filters are. If you like it the way it is, hey, you can always save this to the cloud. But if you wanted to make a change, you know, maybe you wanted a different price range, maybe you wanted it between 10 and 50. Notice when I click on summary, it is now changed. You can say OK, and then you can save this window to the cloud. And I'll explain why. Now, just to let you know, the fact that you've made a change here, if you leave this channel and come back to it, that change is not saved. Why? That's because these channels are for everybody. So the fact that you want to make a change to something doesn't mean that other people want the same change. So the idea really is to go through the channels, and you can start extracting different windows that you might want to have as part of your layout or might want to see later. Okay? And that's how you can, and again, you don't even have to know how this was created at the beginning. So we try to make it very, very easy. And so what you can do then, you'll notice last week I saved Momo, it's right there, and you would just load it from the cloud. Okay, and there it is. And you could go through each one that you might have saved to the cloud and load them individually, thereby and then creating a layout with all the different scans that we had created for you. So, you know, you don't have to know how to create anything at the very beginning. But of course, obviously, you can create your own scans once you get used to using Trade Ideas. Okay, just one moment, please. Okay, now I'm just going to go over the AI. This is what the AI looks like, okay? So if you have our premium service, this is how I recommend you watch the AI alerts as they come in. Just click on New from our toolbar. and then AI/Holly strategy trades window. Okay? I wouldn't worry about or even concern yourself about what the different AI segments are, 2.0, Grail, and Neo. I wouldn't even concern myself what the strategies are. All I would do is I would just wait for the alerts to happen. You can see this one. This was a short, TGTX. The entry, you don't have to get in right at the penny, but this is a pretty awesome short, 30.02. It's now at 26.68. That's 11%, okay? IMVT, 848. It's now 811, 4.3%. This was stopped out. They don't, every alert you get doesn't work, but how you trade them will be up to you. What I would do is I would take this window when you load it and then incorporate it as part of your layout. Okay, so you don't have to load it every day. When you load trade ideas tomorrow, if you've done that, when you load it before the market opens, this will be blank and you just wait for the alerts to happen. There's no video on how to use the AI. Everybody can use it in a different way. I like to use it like a watch list more than anything. Okay, sometimes they're a little early in the alert. You can kind of wait for a while to see how it sets up. But it's, that's what I would do anyway. You're right, KDM, and on the option scanner, first one. So what does it look like here? So look at this. So there's 411. So it is just barely above the 200-day moving average. Can it hold that? And then the next high looking left is 4. See, I don't know. There's just, to me, there looks like there's a little too much resistance right there and there for this to be a really solid one. If it can get over 430, then you've got room up to that 5 level. I know it's showing up on the option scanner at 413. Yeah, Bill, there's not an easy way to do it. You have to, well, first of all, if you want to delete a symbol, you should be loading them to see why you want to delete it. Right? So you click on, the only way to do it right now is to uncheck the heart. Okay? There's no way to do it from the edit symbols list. It's because it's a different way of, it's a special symbol list. So, no, what I do, to be honest, I don't really use the liked. I use price alerts more than the liked. But when I was, on the weekend, I would take a look at all the ones that I had hearted, liked, and I go through them and see, do I still like it? If I don't, I just uncheck it, I just unheart it. So there's no easy way. All right, guys, so that is now a little talk about this window that you see here. It's called Brokerage Plus. And I am going to put a link in. All right, so I just put the Brokerage Plus link in. So if you click on the link, you will see 2 videos. The first video shows you if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, how you can use this window that we call Brokerage Plus to trade from within Trade Ideas once you're connected to either your IB or E-Trade account, okay? The second video is more detailed. It's about 27 minutes long and goes into all the advanced features that you can use within Brokerage Plus. Now, please listen carefully. If you don't have an IB, Interactive Brokers, or E-Trade account, doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. It just means you can't use this feature that we call Brokerage Plus. It's there for you if you want to use it. Even if you have an IB or E-Trade account, doesn't mean you have to use this. It's a feature, that's what it is, but it's not mandatory to use. Now, the other huge reason for Brokerage Plus, and the other thing is, if you're using our web-based version, this is not available, unfortunately. You have to be using our downloadable application, okay? And the other big reason to use this or to have this up and running is as a simulator. If you're new to trading, please practice trading first before you commit money to the market. The simulator, our simulator, works very well, and it uses our real-time data, so it doesn't matter who your broker is. It's using our real-time data. And you'll notice all you have to do is just click on an alert, and the symbol shows up. You pick how many shares you want to trade, you pick the price you want to get in at, and if you're going long, you buy it. If you're shorting it, you sell. I mean, it really couldn't be simpler. Okay, so you can practice trading using this module that we call Brokerage Plus, or option that we call Brokerage Plus. And I really, really recommend that you do that before you start trading your live account. So let's take a look at KDMN as an example. So let's just say I did want to trade this, but again, I'm a little concerned about this area here, you know, right there. So let's just say that, well, that's giving up a little too much though. RVP, that's a virus play. Retractable needles and all. Let's take a look at RVP. Yeah, I mean, the monthly, the high is 1271. The next high is 1257. So it's kind of there. And the high over here is 1293. For me, it would have to take out 13. Yeah, 13. Oh boy, sometimes this is lagging a little too. So sometimes what I do is I just do a reset. Well, the only hot buttons we have to get out of a trade: flatten, get out of half your trade, or double your trade. Okay, those are the hotkeys we have. All right, let me just take a look at EVK as an example, okay? Let's say I wanted to trade EVK, but I don't want to trade it right here. I'll trade it if it pulled back all the way down to 474. So I could pick how many shares I want to trade. Let's go 300. Then I'll type 474 in both of these boxes. Okay, I'm going to click the buy button. And you'll see a blue line that appears on the chart. So right now, if EVK pulled back down to 474, it would take the trade, 300 shares, okay? And so that's how you can use this to trade a pullback. I know a lot of people like to do that. Now, at some point, if you didn't want to take the trade anymore, of course, you can just go into the orders and right-click and cancel. Okay, so obviously you don't have to maintain the position if you don't want to. This EGH has been just resume, halt, resume, halt, resume, halt. Nonsensical one, of course, a China IPO that did something really crazy the day it had its IPO. All right, guys, well, there's another one. I mean, look at that 200-day moving average, 276, 267. What did it get to today? 273. I mean, it's amazing. You know, somebody asked, why is the 200-day? Again, I'm not a big indicator guy, but that 200-day moving average, even if you're not a big indicator person, is so widely followed. You know, and you just have to be aware of it. So many times we see this sort of action right at the 200-day. All right, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to cancel out of that order. This again in the simulator. I'm going to cancel out of that order. Okay. Now I'm going to take this trade again in the simulator. Okay, I'm going to take the trade right now. The spread is now it just dropped. Again, what I wanted to explain a little bit about money management. Yeah, look at this. I mean, some of these high flyers, I mean, they're just, you know, not doing anything. I mean, they're just, like, I don't expect, I mean, what we're looking for in a high flyer is something like this, okay? And then it can base a little bit, it can pull back a little bit, and then continue. But these are just big pullbacks. So, a lot of, not inspiring a lot of confidence. All right, guys, I just want to take this trade, okay? Because I just want to explain a little bit about money management and all. So let's just take this trade. The spread isn't terrible. It's 4 cents. I'm going to take 500 shares. I'm going to explain why I'm doing 500. Again, this is in the simulator. I'm going to buy. So I took the trade at 16.14. I'm going to put a stop in at 15.94. I'll explain why. And a red line should appear on the trade on the chart with an approximate $100 loss there we go, if it goes down to 15.94. So when you get into trading, to me anyway, one of the most important things to realize is that not every trade is going to work. So you have to have a price where you're going to get out of the trade if the trade isn't working for you. You know, that's what we call a stop. And so I put the stop in 20 cents away, not because every stop should be 20 cents away, but because I wanted to make the math very easy. How you place your stop, or where you're going to place your stop, that's where the practice comes into play. How I like to do it is I like to take a look at a chart and I try to size it up and I think, okay, I think this is where there is a support level, maybe a lot of action at a certain price. And so if it broke down through that area, I should be out of the trade. Okay? Some of you might use moving averages. Whatever you use, you get comfortable with, fine. But you should have a price where you're going to get out of the trade if it's not working. So that's one aspect. The next aspect is, okay, if you're done enough practicing and you're getting comfortable with an area where you should get out, that will share size you. You shouldn't go into trading thinking, well, I'll take 500 shares every trade or 100 shares every trade. In my opinion anyway, is your trade size, share size, will vary based on the difference between your entry and your stop. So I made it easy in the math. Notice it's 20 cents. So what I said was, okay, I will risk $100 in the simulation account. I will risk $100 a trade. So if I divide 20 cents into $100, that gets me 500 shares. Okay, now there's a bit of a rounding error. It says 97.50, but that's a bit of a rounding error, okay? So in other words, if you have a $5,000 account, you shouldn't be risking $1,000 a trade. So in this simulator, I'm saying, okay, let's risk $100 a trade. And again, a little bit of math, quick math, entry minus stop, divide that number into how much you're going to risk. In this case, it was $100, hence 500 shares. Okay, so a couple of concepts: placing a stop, and then that will share size you. And then the other one, very important, is now to obey your stop. Sometimes it's hard, you know. I mean, you get into a trade and you think, wow, it's got to work. I'm hearing great things about the company. People are talking about it. You know, for whatever reason, you know, you think that this should go up and it isn't. So instead of obeying your stop, you start second guessing your stop, thinking, well, maybe I didn't, you know, a little too tight. So you start reducing it. And you keep reducing it as the price keeps approaching your new lower stop over and over again. And maybe eventually, you know, instead of that $100 manageable loss, which is now turned into $200, $300, $400, $500, maybe then that's when you finally get out and you just start kicking yourself. Why did I not obey my stop? So, you know, to me anyway, it's so important to obey your stop. I mean, look, when you get into a trade, you know, maybe the idea still is sound later on, you know, for all the reasons why you got into the trade the first time. Maybe, you know, it'll come back to the price and the setup, and maybe it'll be okay the second time, you know, but commissions are so cheap now that that's no excuse not to get in and out of a trade if it doesn't work because well, I don't want to pay the commission. So look at ANVS, guys. I was mentioning this one earlier. So that, I mean, again, all I can say is practice trading. Practice, practice, practice. You can also use our simulator. Yeah, it'll have a P&L at the end of the session. Or you can, I was just going to say, you can, I mean, I just don't have that gear up. But, you know, if I, you know, I can show my graph right here. But the other thing is, if you don't exit your trade at the end of the day, then you can practice swing trading. This trade, anything you don't exit at the end of the day will be carried forward. Okay, so you can practice swing trading also using the simulator. So it's, I mean, it's a great way to practice trading. Okay, using our simulator. Now here's the harsh reality. If you cannot make money in the simulator, forget about trying to make money, you know, with a live account. Okay, that's number one harsh reality. Number two harsh reality. Even if you can make money in the simulator, it's still not a guarantee that once you start trading your live account that you'll make money. Because, you know, as I say, when you have real money on the line, emotions come into play in a huge way. So when you're first starting out, all of a sudden you're looking at your P&L whipping up and down, up and down, up and down, and emotions come into play. So that's why even when, you know, if you can make money in the simulator, when you start when you start trading your live account, you know, go slowly at the start. You know, maybe take fewer shares. Yeah, look at EVK. No kidding, a rocket. Look at the volume that came in. That is a rocket, guys. That's the one I should have had in the simulator. Okay, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. All right, if you subscribe to the Trade of the Week, you notice that Steve also mentioned FUV as a alternate to take a look at. Honorable mention, I guess we'd call it. It was FUV and I believe Riot. So FUV's on the move here. I don't know what Twitter is doing. I don't know if Twitter actually triggered. The trigger was 71.97, so let's see, did Twitter ever get up there? No. So Twitter did not trigger. Well, you just got your wish. I don't think Zach can hear me, but he just got his wish. EJH is halted on the way up. Oh man, you got to be so careful on this one. This was an IPO this day. Let's back the daily chart up. You're going to see what I mean. So this was the IPO. It was, I think, one of these $4 ones. It got up to 54. The next day it got up to 80 for no reason other than traders piled into it. ENSC, that was active last week also. ENSC. So I guess this was just a disaster. IPO back here a few weeks ago, just straight down. That's up to you, Solomon. You want to take, I mean, that is a crazy one. Low float. Well, guys, I mean, KDMN is inching its way up. Inching its way up. Here's the next high looking left. Well, let me see here. Well, okay, guys. I mean, the KDMN, I mean, I'm not in love with it, but, you know, I've seen this before, you know, where I think that these are areas of resistance. I mean, it's above the 200-day. That's very critical. Again, it's the only one from the option scanner today so far. Take a look at PLL from Zach. Yeah, I'm just keep mine the same in terms of my option scanner. Well, listen, I mean, the longer this holds this 420 mark, I mean, it could. All right, guys, so EGH, so it halted and now it's resumed, but on the way down anyway for a bit. Pulse resume scanner is active again, of course, with one symbol dominating this EJH. EJH is dominating it. One of the scans I'm sharing, it's called Pulse Resumes. You gotta have, yeah, I mean, look at the spread, 1391, 1420, 1391, 1427 for EJH. So if you're gonna take this one, this is certainly not a recommendation, but if you're gonna take this one, you cannot take very many shares. I mean, look at the spread, 76.27 now. It tightens up and it expands, 14.47 now. Where's Pitbull? I mean, he probably doesn't care. Good morning, Real. I know I saw you posting earlier, Pitbull, but that's up your alley. Terrible spread. DXC. Take a look at DXC. So it looks like this has earnings, excuse me, on the 4th, after hours. So a couple of days from now, after hours. Wow. INFI, guys, INFI is it moving higher? Yeah, man, getting a little lag. When that happens, I just have to do a reset. Okay, so INFI, guys, so it did have some news. JP Morgan upgrade, probably among others. It's 28 million in the float. Look at the 200-day moving average. Another one that is just flirting with it. $276, so it's over the 200-day moving average, INFI. 3 isn't probably another tough one to get through. A lot of resistance on the, all this area here. It's not, to me, it's not smooth. All right, guys, KDMN inching its way up. Nothing dynamic yet, but KDMN, the only one. Oh, can't believe it. Infi also showed up in the option scanner. I didn't realize that. INFI. See, it's another one that, it just doesn't have a ton of room. There's a cheap one, ARDX, showing up on my watch list on the way down. All right, guys. Well, listen, INFI from my from the scanner, option scanner, 274, 290 now. Well, listen, if you can take out 3. But 3, and then it's got this area here, and then this area up here, but it is starting to work. Minute, guys.
Booyah.
Yeah, the EJH, you've got the stomach for something like that. you have to deal with the spread, and you have to just don't wander away from your computer if you took something like this one, this EGH. What does it mean? Well, I mean, typically when you see spreads that tighten and widen them at all, usually it can be indicative, especially depending on the price. You know, $15 for 6 million in the float is a fairly low float for a $15 stock. Certainly at a $30 stock, very low float. I mean, that's typically, you know, the issue, that you'll see a spread widen and then tighten a little bit and then widen again. You just have to be very, very careful, you know, watching the spread on some of these. But that's why you'll hear me talk about the spread, especially in some of these wild ones, so that you've got to be very aware of what the spread is. I mean, sometimes you just have to avoid stocks. I mean, look, the EGH would have worked, yes, even though the wide spread, but it can drop sink like a stone also, and so it can really hurt you. But that's why I was saying, if you're going to take something like this, you got to take fewer shares. I mean, right now the spread, yeah, I mean it's well, I don't know why it's switched on me. 1602, 1637, 1593, 1621. I mean, those are very wide spreads. You can try to get in between, without interactive brokers. But again, this is risky stuff, guys. Very risky. All right, guys, so just a comment about what you see here. So the KNSA, okay, so this is in the simulator, took the trade at 1614. Current price right now is 1630. That means right now I'm up $82, okay? At one point, I was up $142, okay? This is in the simulator. So these are, in my opinion, the distance from the exit price, the max P&L, and today's profit, okay, right here, Those three are really important windows to help you gauge how good are your exits. So let me just show you what I'm going to do. I'm going to highlight the trade. I'm going to flatten it. I'm going to get out of the trade. Okay. So it just took me out of the trade for an $80 profit. Okay. This is in the simulator. Now, that's not terrible. I mean, yeah, it would have been nice to get out right at the very penny high, but that's not realistic. But what you don't want to have happen is say that max P&L had been $500, and then you've allowed it when you get out, you're only up $80. Obviously, you wouldn't want that to happen. Excuse me. So that's a way to gauge how good your exits are. The next way is the distance from the exit price, because the distance from the exit price, so what this is telling me, what you want to see is a nice big negative number. Because that would mean that, okay, you get out of a trade, and now if it's a nice big negative number, it's way underneath where you got out, which is, of course, what you want to see. So this is going to help you gauge how good are your exits. Mara, the best value in the room. Okay, this was the other one that Steve he said. No, I'm sorry. I think it was Riot. It wasn't Mara, but yeah, this is too much lag.
How you doing? Dave Candle on First Wave. You a cat person? The next 4 songs are all about fabulous felines. The Stray Cats, The Cure, David Bowie, and first up, Squeeze.
All right, guys, here's another one just showing up. But this is on the way down, ORGN. Yeah, Hood is now approaching the IPO price of 38. ORGN, wow, all-time, almost. Actually, this is an all-time low. ORGN, all-time low. Look at this. I don't know if this was an IPO or a symbol name change, but if it was an IPO, a disaster. I think I still have my alert set. For Hood at 38. And that's the IPO price. That's why I've got 38 here. On Thursday, it hit, I think, hit 40.25. I think if it takes out 38, it could have a bit of a run. Yeah, a lot of shares now. 500,000 shares shortable at Interactive Brokers for Hood. Like, I'm not saying pile in at 38, but I mean 38, the IPO price. Hey, it may, if it holds it and it starts to move off it in an orderly fashion. I mean, look, there's the high, 40.80, 40.25. I mean, this. I know a lot of people hate this, hate Robinhood, etc. Doesn't matter. You know, it's all price action. So. Okay, guys, Oatly. This is an IPO from a few months ago. OTLY, Oatly. Putting a bit of a bar now. This might be something you guys who are shorting tops might want to look at. OTLY. I think it was through a channel before, and that is OTLY. All right, guys, I'm out of KDMN. I took a couple penny loss on it. I was thinking it might do its thing, but I'm out of the trade. KDMN. Again, my instincts, I guess, were correct in that particular one, in terms of the resistance nearby. So. Okay, so OTL, so it broke down through that 8 EMA on the 2-minute chart, and that is the OTLY. Well, and I may have been wrong about the INFI. I mean, the INFI is now making new highs, right? Over 3. No, not over 3. Boy, I'm getting some bad lag now, guys. Brad, I don't know if you're made it into the room, but yeah, I'm just looking at my little little MSs are moving way above the 100 mark. Um, yeah, I'm sorry for that, John. I mean, I've got a Bluetooth issue, so I have to use a head. I can't use my headset. So yeah, I got a little bit of music going on in the background, and you're going to hear all my sound alerts. Hopefully, by the end of today, I have it solved. So, okay. And of course, these guys tend to whine. Switch. Just give me a moment. Maybe I'll get some instrumental or something on. Ooh, guys, I'm getting an error. I'm also getting an error. Brad, if you're in here, I just got this thing. Just give me a moment, guys. Like, I'm in beta testing this thing, okay? So just give me a moment. I'm going to put myself on mute here. All right, guys. So you can see what happened. Hopefully all this will be fixed for the test drive. All right, guys, listen, I'm going to have to put myself, I'm sorry about this. I'm going to have to put myself on mute while I do some more rearranging. But this is why we beta test. So just give me a moment, okay? All right, guys, I'm back. You can, yeah, but the problem is that they want to put the production version as this. So I'm not sure what we're going to do. You know, one of the things is I may have too many docked windows. I may have too many, you know, the average person is not going to be maybe a power user like I'm trying to do right here. And that might be the issue. You know, they're still trying to figure out how many docked windows can you have, and also how many scans and trade ideas windows within each dock. So I mean, it is, that's why it's still beta. So I don't know. I don't know what they're going to do. Okay, guys, so we have MDIA. Now this one has been really active also. Here's the MDIA. Now remember this day. This is back on the 12th of July, all the way up to almost 1750 or so. So this just got it's just resumed. So it pulled back on the resumption, and then it moved higher. And this can be crazy. I mean, look at the float, 1.8 million in the float. GE was a 1-for-8 reverse split, yes. Again, guys, this is, I mean, if you're going to take this one, be careful. I mean, it's only 1.8, I'm talking about the MDIA. It only has 1.8 million in the float. I mean, yes, it's got a ton of room. When you look left on the daily now, the next high is around 960 or so. And look at the ANVS, guys. The ANVS is something that is really trying to rebound now. ANVS. You know, I mean, it's above the high of Friday now, which was 41.50. So it's above that high. All right, guys, it's 11:36, so I'll be taking my break in about 20 minutes. I just want to find out, make sure that it's Sean in YouTube today, taking over for me. All right, guys. I mean, MDIA, it's fun, but just be careful, okay? MDIA is a lot of fun. It spread widens and then it pops right back down, but it is definitely in play right now. MDIA. Oh man. Okay, guys, so notice here, this is what I was saying. Okay, so what you don't want to see, if you get out of a trade, you don't want to see a big positive number. Now, again, I'm just showing you how the simulator works. All right, so now you see a distance from the exit price is 17 cents. That means from where I exited, it's 17 cents above. All right, now is that the end of the world? Of course not, but it means you'd hate to see like $1 or $2. Bonzo, guys, BNSO. BNSO on the move here. Some volume coming in. Another one. Look at the float. Man, oh man. I mean, this is like the MDIA. Look at the float. A little over 1 million in the float. BNSO. High a few days ago was 979. That high was on July the 9th, so a little less than a month ago. Boy, that ANVS, guys, I mean, it's above Friday's high. Just was mentioning that one. Above Friday's high. Again, guys, I mean, risky, but the ANVS, I mean, it's above Friday's high now. And I mean, just look at the, look at the gap fill potential. Again, this got slammed, Alzheimer's, I believe some were very critical of whatever they were doing. I think this is what happened here on that day. That was on Thursday. Didn't really do too much on Friday, but it's trying to recover today. Somewhat, anyway. Yeah, meanwhile, INFI, because I had to do a reboot of trade ideas, so I think that was 274. I think that was the alert, 274, right? Yeah, some of these Alzheimer's plays are starting to rebound somewhat. Yes, the Sava, I mean, that's huge. 24%. Same sort of thing. I mean, if it takes out Friday's high, I mean, it's still got a ton of room. All right, this little channel I've got it on is driving me crazy. Well, you don't have to put a stop order in, Bill. I mean, if you don't, I mean, we always recommend, but watch, I mean, if I want to buy EVK, you know, I will know where my stop is before I get into the trade. So let's just say my stop was at 503. Okay, right down here at the bottom of that candle. So if I buy it, and I buy, you know, 300 shares, and I go in at the market, oh, that wasn't connected because I've been in and out. Just a second, just have to. So I'm going to buy it at the market. Now, if I know my stop, again, before I get into the trade, I know what my stop is, so now I can add my stop. Now I'll put my stop at 5, okay, just to show you. The only way, and we don't recommend this, especially if you're new to trading. I mean, you can set it up so, but in that second long video, it shows you how you can actually, how your stop can be automatic, okay, based on on your trading, how many shares you're going to take and all of that. But don't recommend it, you know, not to start. So you saw what I did. But there is a way, but that's only in auto fashion, okay? You'd have to have a strategy, you'd have to load it in here, and then you create your, how you want to trade it and all of that. Just don't recommend that if you're starting out. All right, guys. Again, I just have to check to make sure that there's Sean coming into the YouTube room at noon while I take a break. Yeah, the MDIA, again, super risky because of the float, right? Look at that float. 1.8 million in the float. So it got all the way down to 676. Now it's popped right back up through 7. Oh, okay, guys. It's Michael today. Okay, so listen. For those of you with more detailed, wanting more detailed answers to questions about Brokerage Plus, etc., head to YouTube today, okay? Because it'll be Michael. Michael is definitely our expert using Brokerage Plus, and automating some of his strategies, etc. But definitely head over there at noon, or just as I'm going to take my break. I'm going to put the YouTube link in. So there's been a switch up. Usually it's Sean on Mondays, but it is Michael today, okay? So if you have more questions about Brokerage Plus, etc., head over to YouTube when I take my break. And that'll just be before noon Eastern, okay? Guys, ANVS, I know I keep kind of nagging a little. Look at this MDIA. I mean, if you got this, if you got the stomach, I mean, this is, what did it hit? 760. So the next high looking left, I mean, if it takes out today's high, is 985. All right, so actually, Michael is just letting me know he'll be in the YouTube room today and tomorrow. Okay, so you get a double dose of Michael. Okay, again, you have a lot of. If you have questions about using Brokerage Plus, definitely head over there at noon, either today or tomorrow or both days. Well, INFI definitely, okay, guys, is a winner from the option scanner. The KDMN was not. Well, it was sort of one, but nothing fantastic. But this, 274 on the alert, INFI. I wasn't in love with it because I thought, all this resistance here, but it is moving. Did have news too. I mean, JP Morgan upgrade. I don't think the other one had any news at all, the KDMN. Don't think it had any news at all. All right, guys, CCJ on the way down here, Cameco, uranium play, lots of support, it looks like, around 17 for CCJ. So let's see how close it gets to here, and maybe it bounces off that area here. Not a lot of volume. I mean, relative volume is just basically it's trading the way it normally trades, so it's not like a ton of volume. Type in CAN, C-A-N. All right, so what is the market doing? So the market is actually starting to move down, okay? For the longest period, we were kind of stuck in this range, but now we're starting to move down. Tech is still up, Dow's still up, SPY's up, but starting to move down a little bit. So if you're long things which are which track the market, obviously be aware of this. And boom, there goes MDIA, just made a new high here, intraday high. Zach is going dang because I guess he got out of it because he thought it was snoozing on him. Did you mean can or cano on a turn reel? C-A-N-O or C-A? I think they were both trying to turn. But there's C-A-N-O, IPO back here. Oh, you did mean can, okay. Boy, MDIA guys. Oh, wow. Now, I did trade this one. I'm not in it anymore. I did trade this one. It wasn't super easy, but now it's just starting to rip. I mean, look at the high last month, 1760. I'm not saying it's going to get there, of course, and I have no idea why it's moving. Here we go. Traders circulate. Business Insider report titled, "These 5 stocks offer the most potential for a short squeeze this week for the retail investors," according to Fintel. Okay, so that is what's being circulated regarding MDIA. I don't know what the other 4 stocks are, but evidently that is one of them. All right, guys, I shall put the announcement in. Just waiting for Michael to show up. ORGN continues down here. This is an all-time low. Ugly IPO from 2 months ago. Here's another one on the way down. Gamble, GMBL, obviously a gambling stock. Well, you can short stocks as they're moving down, but if they're down more than 10%, then this uptick rule, okay, comes into play. Don't ask me why, okay, but that so you can short it if a stock is not down 10%, you can short it just like you can go long. As long as you have shorts available, of course. If it's down 10% or more though, then yeah, the uptick rule comes into place. There has to be some action at the ask. And then it has to go back to the bid. You could be in a queue of others wanting to do that. And the other maybe confusing thing is a stock could be down 3% today, and you might say, well, why can't I get it? If it was down over 10% the day before, that uptick rule is still in effect. Now, don't ask me why. Don't ask me to explain the rule. That's just the way it is. So it wasn't can. I think you're kidding, right? I mean, I know what you mean. Because obviously can O it all the way down. For the day, 10%. So if it's down 10%, well, compared to yesterday's close, so this one is up 9% compared to Friday's close, that's all. It's not the time, well, I suppose you could say the daily, but it's all based on the day before, where did it close. All right, I think Michael is ready. He's streaming now, okay. Okay, Michael, you can probably hear me. I'll stop streaming right now.
Okay, everyone, let's start by testing the sound here. All right, that worked. And then if I hit that button, it should. Just waiting for the stream delay to catch up. Yeah, there we go. Awesome. All right. Now I'll pop out the chat. And move you guys over here so I can see it. And good to go. All right, guys. So I guess there's probably some people out there that only listen to certain days of the week, so they might not know me. Name's Michael. Bond Power on Twitter, Stats Edge Trading, most other places. Basically, what we do here is we're going to give Barry some time off. We open up the chat to Q&A. Usually it's Sean today, so if you're missing Sean, just know he will be back next week. He's just taking a little bit of vacation, so I'll be covering for him today. Always like when people ask questions. It certainly helps us out as we're generally not, don't have too much prepared for these. So the more questions you ask, the less I will be waffling on randomly about the market. So far, good open. I was looking at the AI, and the AI is doing great this morning. And I was looking at the strength alerts over here, and they're doing fantastic as well. And I think I was looking at the trade of the week too on Twitter, and that's actually, it pulled back a little bit off the open, and now just looking at that up here, now that's looking like it may put in a little bottoming tail just to fake people out. So far today, the stuff from TradingView is looking great. This Nova I actually like. I'm looking for this pullback to see if this holds. Tesla, you had to grab right off the jump, so I got some right over 700 on that guy. The rest, right, just have to wait for different things to apply. So again, this time is generally dedicated to questions, so feel free, please ask any and all questions when it comes to trading or trade ideas or any of that stuff. We love to help out with that, and I think it's something really cool that Trade Ideas does that not a huge amount of places do, where we just kind of open everything up to people and just say, hey, here you get a different trader every day for an hour, and you can just kind of do whatever you want, right? Just answer any questions about the product or whatever, and then I'll just start waffling on about stocks in the meantime. Now, just FYI, I am a again, if you guys don't know me, I'm more of a swing trader. I do a lot of the algorithm type stuff at Trade Ideas, the artificial intelligence and the TI strength alerts and all that kind of stuff is my domain. And it's just kind of where I like to trade as well as a CMT. So I'm a chartered market technician. I've been trading for many, many moons. And so my style is a combination of statistics and charts is the best way to put it. So let us see what else is going on there in the market. I'm spending a lot more time in the channel bar now that Andy's done the redesign. I find it, and with the whole docking thing, I find it way more helpful because you can have like the channel bar up now and have your other stuff in a separate chart and be able to see that. So I'm loving this one, which is what we call the sector status, and basically it breaks down all of the different sectors within the SPY, so you can see kind of what's strong and what's weak, and it helps you kind of make sure that you're going in the shortest one, right? So for example, we're seeing that energy is down a bunch, right? A lot of other things are flat. If you're looking for strong markets, you want to go over into technology. Utilities is doing well. Real estate is doing well. So, then what I do is I start to scan these names and say, okay, well, this is the strongest. EXI is the strongest stock from the strongest sector in the market today. So if you think the bounce is going to occur, then in the market, then it would beg to say, well, I want to be in the strongest stock in the strongest market. So then you just do your analysis on top of this, right? So EXI is interesting. If we can kind of get over this base, you can see we opened up, we ran up pretty high, and then we've been kind of chopping sideways ever since. So above this base, you might get another pop again if and when you get a turn in the markets here. So that's how I like to use that channel, and I've been using it quite a bit as also just a general guide. Sometimes you can see themes like, and this might be a question for you guys. What does utilities, real estate, and then let's even put in healthcare as the top three. What do all those have in common if you were to kind of paint a picture of the markets, right? Those are all very defensive sectors, right? Utilities are going to be your power distribution, water distribution, right? The people you have to pay regardless of what's happening in the market. Real estate's the same kind of thing, right? You need a roof over your head and you need water and power. So you look at those sectors, and same with healthcare, right? You look at those sectors and you say, well, those are defensive sectors. So if the defensive sectors are the strongest one out there, what does that tell you about sentiment of the market? Sold MMR. MTTR. Actually, let's do that on a channel. It's got bigger charts for you guys. MTTR. Oh, interesting. This is a common way to play IPOs is right through the opening price right there. Something to take a look at for sure. I like that. Figs. Yeah, I actually got some figs. Bought some around here. The wife's a dental hygienist, and she thinks these are the greatest thing in the world. So take a shot, see if it can hold this support, bounce higher as a new IPO. They make scrubs, for people who don't know. Just getting into day trading. What are your best alerts for catching good day trading? That is a question that's going to lead to a rant that the longtime followers are going to know, but there is no such thing, right? If there was a one size fits all for trading, that one size fits all would be arbitraged out of the market. So what you have to ask yourself is what is your trading style? What's your trading philosophy? And what's your written trading plan look at? Now, if you don't have that yet, then what I would suggest is use the Trade Ideas Paper Trader and try to figure out what kind of trades make the most sense to you. Like, do you like low float trades? Are you a revision to the mean guy? Are you a breakout guy? That type of thing. And then you build a trading strategy based off of that. Now, for brand new people, I always suggest just watching the AI. And the reason I suggest watching the AI, and watching, I mean not, if you're brand new, not trading behind, but watching, is that it will start to tell you, it will show you different trades, and it will show you how it entered the trade and why, and where the stop loss went and where the profit target went. And these are great for new traders to kind of figure out and learn. Because again, it always has a protective stop loss. It always has correct position sizing. It always has all of these things already built into them, right? So then from there, you can say, okay, well, these are the trades that made the most sense to me, and start to write those down, right? Or take a screenshot of them. And then after you've got kind of a sense of these are the trades that make the most sense to me, and these are the trades that I want to start trading going forward, then you can build scans based on them. So, for myself, when it comes to day trading, I pretty much exclusively look at Neo at this point, the AI Neo, because its premise is that it wants extreme volume, right? So if you look at this number right here, the 17.88, that means that currently, as of this point in time today, compared to historical data when it comes to this point in time, it means that TGTX is doing nearly 18 times normal volume, which is pretty extreme, right? That's an insane amount of volume to pump out. So it just means that, right, there's people that are interested in the stock, and you never get a news event that's important without getting volume, right? So this is kind of a way to make sure you're in the stocks that people are watching and in the stocks that are in the news, right? They'll all be in there based off of these volume metrics. So I watch, again, pretty much exclusively the AI when it comes, or Neo AI when it comes to day trading. And then swing trading, and a good place if you're new is these TI strength alerts. The beauty of this channel for new traders is it comes with this, which is something that I actually write up every weekend, which these are all based off an algorithm as well. And it comes with, my thoughts on the market every week. And then it comes with a little technical analysis done on each individual trade, right? So Nova, for example, you can see that this is what it's looking at, and it's got a 16% short float. And then we put in some levels here for if it's going to break out, or if it's going to pull back, or if it's going to, where I would put my risk level at, right? So Nova, for example, right, it says, okay, if you're looking at a pullback, you want to look at it at 33, and if you're looking for a breakout, you want to look at it at 40. So then you know exactly, okay, these are what I'm going to put on, and these change every weekend, right? So then here's Tesla, right? So I said, okay, Tesla, the obvious area here is 700, right? And a little bit of analysis that comes with it. 700 seems to be the most important number in the stock, so I'm looking to see if it can break through that. You can see this morning, popped through 700, and then away it went. AVGO, right? AGCO. Man, that was confusing when I was writing this up this weekend. Just the AVGO and AGCO just to screw with me. So this one I'm watching to see if it can kind of get and hold above these levels right here. But again, this is all included. So these are a good way to get started. Now, I never suggest, especially a new trader, just rely on, calls or picks or anything like that, because I've been doing this for many years, and I've traveled all over the place and talked to many successful traders, and I've never met a single one that says, "Hey, I'm doing hey, I'm looking for blah blah blah, and I just follow this guy's trading, and then this is how I've made my money as a trader." I've never, because it's a very unique thing. I always use the example of a diet, right? It's someone could tell you what the optimal diet is, but if it's not something that you're going to follow because it's not something you believe in or create it yourself, then it's useless, right? So use the TI strength alerts for swing and the AI for day, but use them for what they are, which is a guide. And then from there you can go and say, hey, I'm starting to learn that I like these kind of trades and I gravitate more. And then the beauty of it is, if you come back into this room after you've done that for a few weeks and you say, okay, Michael, I like stocks are doing insane volume, and they're pulling back on the day. How do I build something like that? Well, then that's something that we can help you with for sure. Oh, no problem, Pete. That's what we're here for. I always love and encourage questions when I'm here, because I literally, I'm working on algorithms and my own trading and everything all day, and a alert goes off and says, oh shit, I need to pop into the room. So I don't have much prepared. So the more questions, the less I waffle on about stuff. David says, that's what I was asking for last week. Thanks. I didn't have the welcome screen. Oh, that's what you were asking for. Yeah. So every time you click on the Strength Alerts channel, it should pop up here. Yeah, down here. There was some issues last week. It took, I think, until partway into the day on Monday to get going, but we got it all now, and it's good to go. And that's a fancy way of saying I didn't understand how the back end of all this worked until Brad explained it to me, and now I understand. So it should be good to go from there. But I really like the picks this week. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. I wasn't happy with the last month or so of them. They didn't do bad, but they didn't do good at the same time. But as I was looking at the algorithm this weekend and noticed how it self-adjusted, I'm much more interested in the stocks that it's putting out now. The stocks over the last month kind of looked like they were a bit extended to me, which works in some market environments, but not all. And to be honest, not many. So I was just very happy to say, okay, this is a good... these are good names, and it has adjusted to look a little bit more at stocks that are not breaking out, and that's part of the beauty of the algorithm, is that it will adjust eventually. I'm working on trying to figure out how to adjust quicker, and again, I don't know if these things are going to work out. Only time will tell that, but just the look of them, this LBTYK with this giant bar here, I've got a bid in on this one here somewhere, kind of down here, if it pulls back into this area, right? Just to see, pick it up there. I'll probably put my stop, under that low. But I like this giant engulfing bar here to kind of push us out of this base. And again, this thing's super strong. And then again, with Nova, I really like the look of Nova. I like the fact that Nova's got a 16% short float in it, which is not insane, but it's pretty good, especially for such a strong stock. And that's what you want to see, right? There's not much benefit in having a big short float in a stock that's getting hammered because the shorts are winning, right? Why would they cover if they're doing well? But something like this, which has gone from $12 to 60 and now it's sitting at $40, if I'm short and anywhere through down here, I'm starting to get mighty nervous there. So I'm hoping that if this thing comes back up and breaks 40, then all of those shorts are going to go, oh crap, I got to get out of this. This is starting to look pretty gnarly. So then these lines I'm drawing in now are super cool, where these purple lines, I wish we could make lines thicker in trade ideas. That's something I should add a suggestion to. I don't know if they're going to listen to me, but no, we can't make it thicker, can we? But yeah, so this anchored VWAP, this purple line right here, actually, let me pop this out and try to make this bigger. Brian Shannon from Alpha Trends, he's kind of the man, the myth, the legend on this. So come on, there we go. So if you like this kind of analysis, it's a really good follow on Twitter. He's a friend too. But yeah, this purple line right here is the anchored VWAP from this high, and this purple line down here is the anchored VWAP from this low. Essentially, what the anchored VWAP does, it tells you where the average market participant is on the stock. So think of like, dollar cost averaging, right? If you averaged into a position or averaged out of a position, that's more or less what it would look like. And you can see that, right, this top anchored VWAP was resistance back through here, and the bottom one was support back through here. So this kind of pinching of these VWAPs is kind of showing that there's a battle between all of these guys who are trying to keep the stock down and then all of these guys who are trying to keep the stock up. So if we break and clear that anchored VWAP, those shorts might start to be scared, right? Where we know that the average market participant shorting in through here exists right at this purple line. So a break and a close through that, I think, could be super interesting. So that's an analysis that I'm trying to play more with and trying to do stuff like that. Yeah, Kev, again, Alpha Trends. If you end up chatting to him at any point, tell him that Michael sent you and says hi, and tell him to hurry up with his book. He's writing a whole book about this concept, but we built it into the system right after he started talking about it a bunch, because it seems to, it's one of those things that seems to make sense as a metric. And then we actually have filters going back 5 days if you wanted to start playing with, say, scans, which is something that I do a bit of with 2-day VWAPs on gappers. So, right, distance from VWAP 2 is basically a VWAP anchored to yesterday's open, right? So in this case, it would be Friday's open, right? Tomorrow would be Monday's open, right? Just the day before the current day's open. And then same, right? Distant VWAP 3 is going to be today and then 2 days back, and so on and so forth up to 5. So this is a way that you could scan for stocks, because a common gap play, let's see, do we have the trade the gap, or did it not make it? Let's take a look at, let's go into the AI. It traded some gaps today. Just a common trading philosophy often on some of these names when it comes to trading gaps and using the anchored VWAP is you actually look for the 2-day VWAP. So let's look at a gapper here. Just move that for now. And let's go. Just grab this one. These ones won't really be fitting, but what you would do is you would anchor the VWAP to yesterday's high, right? You can see that's way up here, but often that will act as support and resistance because, again, the VWAP just shows you the average price, right? Not just, and that's the difference between, say, a VWAP and a moving average, is the moving average is just the last price. Whereas the AVWAP incorporates volume into that as well. So it gives you a little better understanding of where the average guy lives. So what often people will do is they'll use these. Sorry, gotta turn that off. That's my cameras I got rigged up all over the house. So the average market participant for today and yesterday with IMVT is, right in this area right here at $8.34. So what a lot of people will do is they'll take that information and they'll say, okay, well, I'm going to use that as a support and resistance point, the same way people will do it with GSKY. Same way people will do it with the intraday VWAP, right? They'll take it and they'll put in the 2-day VWAP. So if we add this one, for example, right, you could see that GSKY is right here. So, it's a moving target, but it's an interesting way to kind of look at it and something that I'm still kind of wrapping my head around and trying to figure out a way within do some math around, see if I can build some scans and do some back testing and stuff. We had a scan in the system in the AI, which was a 2-day VWAP bounce. I just never found that it did what I want it to do. So that might need a rework by me. But yeah, it's a very interesting concept, something not a lot of people are using, which might give it more oomph when it comes to actually working. And pop that over like that. And then, pop that over. There we go. Yeah, I like to do things that not as many people are looking at and just say, hey, hey, this is something that if not a lot of people are looking at, well, maybe it's something to start looking at yourself as like a early warning system of a place that a stock may bounce. And the reason that VWAP is so important, and I can talk to this because I've worked in the hedge fund space for 10 years plus before starting with Trade Ideas, is that a lot of hedge fund traders are paid off of VWAP, whether it's a day VWAP, a month VWAP, a year VWAP, basically just kind of showing off saying, hey, this, let's put it this way. A portfolio manager will walk out of his office and say, hey, I really like GSYK. I think it's going up over the next 6 months. Hey, trader, get me a good price. And then it's the trader's job to get a good price. But it's like, how do you define what a good price is? So what they'll end up doing is they'll use some version of VWAP and say, if you get me under VWAP, then I'm going to consider that a good price and you get a bonus. And if it's over VWAP, then you don't. So then what happens is, the hedge funds will start to play tricky games around VWAP to try to, every time it gets under or close to VWAP, that trader is now incentivized to buy it, right? And every time it gets too far over VWAP or extended from it, that trader is incentivized to sell that. And right, just by doing that simple kind of game, you're kind of on the side a little bit for the short term of big money. Again, if right, it's not magic. It's you have to incorporate it with other forms of analysis. But you could say like, this stock is in a great uptrend. And I think it's in a great uptrend because institutions are accumulating it. Therefore, I'm going to make sure that I'm buying it using VWAP as support or something like that and able to make sure I'm on the right side of that trade. But I can see how that's a better guide than a moving average. I use the 200, 20, and 9 MA. Yeah, and I use myself. I use the 8 EMA and the 20 SMA, and I use the 8 EMA as just a trailing stop, and that's actually what's on these charts here. This is my normal indicator setup, and this is what's in the channel bar. But I'm not someone who thinks there's any power in these. But what I like to do, for example, I am in. I'm in a lot of these, but I'm in JanX. So, you can see JanX bounced twice off its 20 MA, and I'm in JanX from right here. So basically what I'm just doing is saying I'm using the 20 MA as a guide for a stop. And that's more or less what I'll use them for, is never for entries and exits, but sometimes just to say, as a way to force myself to stay into good positions. I guess good way of doing it, right? Basically saying, hey, as long as this thing's above its SMA here, why would I get out, right? Because SMA is just a moving average of price. So if it's going up, we'll go up at the same time. I guess another way to look at this is Equifax, EFX, which it was a TI strength alert way back here. We had our strength alerts member webinar the other night, and I use this as an example because it was right, the algorithm for these strength alerts here told you to buy Equifax right here, and then the algorithm set up so that you should sell that 4 or 5 days later, which is kind of like right here. And that's not a very good trade, but this thing is just staying above its moving averages, and the moving averages are spaced out, and it's just uptrending. So why would I get out of something that's just kind of paying me every day, right? That'd be like if you had a salesman working for you and you fire the salesman based off of, right, he stops performing, right? So no, I'm that's more or less how I use moving averages, is just a way to quickly identify a trend. If you've got a short-term moving average and a longer-term moving average, and one is above the other, it's just a quick and dirty way to look at it and say, okay, that's got to be in an uptrend, just from the way that the math of moving averages work. And then use them as some sort of moving average or trailing stop or something like that, is say, hey, I'm just going to wait for this moving average to cross over or reverse or something before I necessarily get out of my trade. But if things like I'm going to buy when it breaks this moving average, or I'm going to trade when this moving average crosses this moving average, I don't believe in any of those. I've done a lot of testing on it and just found that moving average crossovers can't really do anything with it, right? The purple line, yeah, the anchored VWAP, there's a lot of cool stuff you can do with that for sure. It's a very interesting analysis tool because it incorporates a lot of different factors, right? So I saw Brian Shannon talking about on Twitter. Ignore. Love that button. Just ignore it. Which I thought was smart, is he took a look at, where is it? Right here. Yeah, so this right here, if you look at Tesla, this purple line, actually, let me get rid of the other ones just to make it easier to see. Let me get rid of the EMA. Remove. Modify colors, up, down. I don't know why I like to do my volume like this, but I don't look at volume much, but when I do, I like to see it colored based off the bar. Save. Cool. But yeah, you can see, so I picked this point right here because it was the IPO price. And you can see it was resistance in through here, it was resistance here, and here. So he was basically saying, hey, watch that that price, and if it breaks, right, maybe that will be an interesting trade. And this wasn't part of, so like I don't pick these stocks, right? You know, every time they don't work, there's someone in support. Michael sucks. I'm like, man, I didn't pick the stocks. The algo does. The so basically, I didn't know this, and the algorithm didn't know this, but it's a cool thing to stack on top of other analysis like that and say, oh yeah, well, there's another confluence of resistance. So then you could also then take it and say, hey, I'm going to grab this, take like the low and say, okay, where is that occurring? This low, this anchored VWAP low, you can see support here, here, and here. So again, you're seeing a buy or an argument. Then we can just anchor another one right to the high, right? So there's our being anchored to the high. You can see, hey, there's a fight here going on between these guys and these guys. So instead of, you know, trying to trade inside this range, well, you could either buy the low end of the VWAP right here, or you could sell, or you could buy when it breaks out, right? Which we got this breakout on Tesla, and this could be really cool. So it's interesting, and it's I like it because I understand why it works as well, because I understand that that's at least to some degree how giant, massive hedge fund traders make their money, is based off of this VWAP. And again, it's very, very common to be used for intraday trading. Most intraday traders, I think Barry does as well, has the intraday VWAP on their chart. So then this is just kind of an extension of that that very same concept, where we go from just looking at it intraday and saying, okay, well, let's look at it longer. But the art of it, and this is, I know this is the question that Brian always gets, is the art of it is where to anchor it, because that's going to make all the difference in the world, right? If you anchor it somewhere that doesn't make sense, it's not going to look as good. So from what I've heard him say, and again, I'm waiting for him to finish this damn book so I can buy it and read it, and the place that makes most sense to me is basically look at the chart and look for a significant event, right? So anchor the VWAP from a swing high or a swing low or a large volume area or a big gap, or something to that effect of, why are people going to be interested from this date, right? So something I'm doing more and more of is, I won't remember the symbol, but yeah, like new IPOs. Okay, then. So like Figs, for example, is an IPO. So you could say, okay, well, I want to know where the average market participant exists from the IPO, like from where this thing started. Where is the average person? And so this is part of the reason why I was looking to pick some up here, is because this area here was a bit of support before, right? And then if we do an anchored VWAP from the high of Figs, and so far, like looking at it right now, it doesn't look like a good trade. Like 35 is my level on this one, right? So if we kind of break and close under this, I'll be out. But right, you can see the high kind of is up here and the low is down here. So you can play these kind of like a band type of thing. So again, all this rambling, just FYI, is done in lieu of questions. So as soon as questions come in, I'll certainly forego my rambling for a brief period of time. But I think this is a cool little concept that I'm taking the opportunity of being here talking to you guys to play with. Because I've always been interested in trying to take yeah, like a swing low like that, and just look, you could have picked some up here and had a couple day run. Could have picked some up here and had a couple day run. And you could have picked some up here and had a couple day run. And it's just from these swing lows. I am obsessed with most of my trading style now has a lot to do with buying breakouts, and I do some pullback trading, but I've done some math on my own trading, which I think every trader should do, right? Is take a look and say, hey, where's my money being made? Where's my money being lost? That kind of thing. And my pullback trading is doing way better than my breakout trading over the last 6 months or so. And I think that's common. I think I've heard of a lot of traders say, hey, since like February, breakouts aren't working the way they used to, right? Things will break out and then they'll fail. So, as soon as I do those statistics on my own trading and I say, oh, geez, pullback trading is doing way better than breakout, then it becomes, okay, how do I create some pullback trading styles and strategies? So I'm thinking a lot of trying to figure out. So if anyone has an example of a chart that has, right, a nice swing high and a nice swing low on something that's pretty crazy, let me know, because I'm starting to try to play with trying to figure out how to use this as a timing tool to buy into a stock that's pulling back. So like Go EV, and just trying to look at some of these EV stocks. Right? Like even this one could have bought here and I guess got out right when that would have been a tight risk. Neo. I'm just trying to find, can this be used as some sort of a metric in order to get a good in on stocks pulling back. Right. My problem is overstaying. So you mean holding for too long? Now, holding for too long is great when it's working, but one thing I've noticed that's actually funny is most successful traders that I've spoken with complain all the time about exiting their winners too early. So it's like almost like a common trait of very good traders is to at least be upset that they got out of their trades way too early. And I always like to look at what are the people who are really good still struggling with. Because it means it's probably not super important enough to warrant being a bad trader, but at the same time, it means that it's the hardest part of the game, which I've always said that exits are the hardest part of the game, especially profit exits. Like, entries are fairly easy once you have a system. Entries are pretty easy, right? Once you have a system, stops are super easy, right? There's no thinking of it. I buy the trade, I put out my stop, I walk away. If it gets stopped, it gets stopped, right? There's no nuance in that. What is more difficult is the profit target, and it's difficult because you can't ever get it right. There's never going to be a time in your trading career, like you'll do it once or twice, and it'll be super fun where it happens, where you nail a high, right? You buy a stock and it's going up and you sell it, and that was the very high, right? Your options are sell too early, and if you sell too early, you're going to watch the stock rocket without you, and that's fine. Or sell too late and you left a bunch of money on the table. There's no, middle ground there that says something like, oh, yeah, it makes sense that, this thing's occurring when it's occurring, right? So again, that's why I use a trailing stop metric like a moving average. You just need some type of systematic rule that you can just judge en masse, right? As opposed to judging trade by trade, you can say, okay, I took 1,000 trades. I use this exit strategy. How close did it get me to an ideal scenario? And then forget the rest, because it literally is. And you know, you can ask the other traders when they get here, and they'll probably tell you the same thing. I always find exits are the hardest part of the game. It's why most traders will exit in parts, right? Because it's not ideal, right, to exit in parts mathematically, but psychologically it helps out. Where you're like, I sold a bit here, I sold a bit here, like the Equifax that I was talking about. Again, the TI strength alerts in Equifax, EFX, right? It alerted right here. And I would love to say that I'm still in all of it, but I sold a little bit here, and I sold a little bit here, and I sold a little bit here, and I'm still in some. And it's just a way to basically keep me from going crazy, that if I'm holding this things for 2 or 3 months and then all of a sudden it gaps down to my entry and I get out, you know, that's mentally very, very taxing. And that's something that you actually have to look out for a fair bit, is that kind of mental side of things. Yeah, I'm going to agree with you there, Bill. I think a lot of the EVs are going to have, because man, I watched a YouTube video, MKBHD. He's a big YouTuber. He's usually does tech stuff, and I think he has a great little channel. And he got a look at the Ford F-150 electric and the Hummer electric, and ooh, those things look nice. And I think there's something, you know, there's a name recognition that I think will really help out Ford and GM and all these guys. Where, you know, if you're a guy and you've been a Ford guy your entire life and you bought Fords, I think you're way more likely to get into a brand that you recognize when it comes to buying your first EV than a brand new brand. I think that, but again, I don't. That's for fun. Like, I watch that YouTube channel for fun and stuff. I don't trade based off of that. I am all algorithmically based. I just don't, you know, I'm trying to buy things and hold them for a week or so. I don't really care about fundamentals for that sides, right? Play poker with several engineers in the biz. Well, if you're going to talk about having inside information, don't do it here. Big Brother's watching. But I do think they have a very distinct advantage when it comes to, you know, it's the devil you know, right? People, if they're gonna do something crazy like buy a new EV, it's the devil you know. This is interesting. I have another, well, I have many screens, but I have another screen where I was just chatting with some trader buds, and someone mentioned the snow, and now doing the VWAP analysis on it. Right, you can see, so from the highs, right up here, you can see how this VWAP acted as resistance here and resistance here and then resistance here, and now it's finally basing above. So it means that all of these people that have got killed from 400 on are starting to actually, if they had averaged in, right, if you had been cost dollar averaging snow all throughout here, you're up a little bit right now, and then the people from this low, they're all in profit as well. So that's an interesting looking play with some support going on there. So that's an interesting one. Expensive stock, but I don't ever look at the price. I know Barry's big on he looks at certain prices and he wants to trade certain prices. For me, it's more yeah, for me, I don't care about the price. It's all percentage gain, right? If I buy it at 268 and it goes back up to 400, that's still just shy of a double. Just means if I'm going to put 10K into the stock instead of 500 shares of a $20 stock, it will be, $50 shares of the other one. Newbie, how do you get your trade ideas set up? So this one is actually, whoops, sorry about that. That may have been nauseating. This actually, what we're looking at right here is just the strength alerts channel. So if you go to new, right, and then you open up new docked channel bar right here under your main header, you get this channel bar opened up, and then I click on this strength alerts channel right here. Right, so what this does, we talked about a little bit, but I can talk about a bit more, is that this updates once a week and gives 5 stocks based off an algorithm that I created that looks for stocks that are strong relative to the market and relative to other names in the industry. And then it comes with this little write-up of where to look at them and if a price gets reached, where to, these are obviously not trade recommendations, not a financial advisor, yada, yada. But yeah, you get all this information on how I'm interested in trading them and all of that for you right here. And then you get all the charts that you can click through and see. Now, all this other stuff, and I can share it if you want, but this is the other thing. I've got one of those, I guess they're called ultra wide monitors. It's like 2 monitors glued together. So this is just the other chart window I want. I can share this. I just call it many charts because that's all it is. Because this window that you guys are seeing is a virtual machine that I have that's not real. Oh, Jesus, sorry. Up here, there we go. It's not a real... I have Brokerage Plus on here, but this is connected to phony paper trading accounts. Not that. What I want to show, Brokerage Plus. Brokerage Plus, right? So this is all fake for fun stuff, but this is what I show off when I present trade ideas to people, and then B, I have 2 monitors stacked on top of each other, and this top monitor is my keep an eye on things while I'm doing other stuff monitor. So that's why I've got that many charts layout, is I just populate it with anything that I'm in or anything that I'm watching, so that I can glance up real quickly and just go, oh, okay, that's there, that's there, that's there. So don't pay attention to the stocks that are on it. To be honest, I was kind of slow moving today. So I didn't update them with things that I'm watching. So those are kind of just random stocks right now. And it's just because it's a Canadian holiday up here, but it's also, I don't know if it's coming through my mic, but it is teeming rain outside my window. So there's no need in taking a vacation when it's pouring down rain like that. It's also reminding me that I have to clean out the gutters. And I know the wife's going to walk by the office soon and say, see, I told you should clean out the gutters on the weekend. Just wait. Maybe I'll catch that on mic too. Yeah, no problem, Brian. That's why we're here. Again, something great that I think Trade Ideas does that not a lot of places do, where it's like, hey, we're gonna open the room up. You can come by and you can ask questions, shoot the shit. We'll talk about stocks. We'll talk about whatever. But we have this hour every day where you have a trader who's, just sitting here waiting to answer questions about the product, to help newbies through. We understand that, you don't create a program as powerful as Trade Ideas with it also being like really, really simple, not complicated at all. It's hard to impossible to balance power and simplicity. So what we try to do to deal with simplicity is, basically say, hey, there's, we're going to just give a metric crap ton of support as a way to deal with the fact that it's a complex system. And I think it's a good trade-off. It means the people who like really want to learn, we'll be there to help them out. And the people who might not be too interested in learning, well, they're probably, if you're not interested in learning, trading, I don't think is your game anyway, to be harsh. It's one of those things that you got to always, always, always be learning. Oh, cool. So yeah, ask away. All right, Todd. So I have a window that sorts by chain from the close. I'd like to filter that by volume as a secondary sort. Yeah, so if you right click on, so right now I have this sorted by volume today, but if you right click and you go configure on this one, we have another sort that's like a server sort, right? So I can take this server sort and I can say I want to sort it by, yeah, change from the close, which it is, or I could say change in 20 days and go okay. And there'll be two sorts going on there. Now, sometimes they're conflicting, things like that. The other thing you can do is you can just obviously raise your volume limit so that it's doable, but that server sort is going to be your best way if you kind of play with it to try to sort things and then sort things again. So I hope that helps, but you give that a shot, give that a play. That's going to be your best option. Without completing the trial. So if you're talking about the test drive, as all the promotion materials start, that hasn't started yet. So all you have to do is put in your information for the trial, and then you have to wait until the test drive starts, which is, let me get the exact date for you here. Test drive. Yeah, August 9th. Right, so it says join the test drive, $11.11, starting Monday, August 9th. So generally speaking, you actually get, let me actually bring up the calendar here. I would say you're probably going to get access by the 8th. Generally speaking, we try to trigger to get everybody in the weekend before. But that's why you can't start right now, is because it hasn't started yet. So you can actually, I'm just doing it now. If you click on the date in the email, depending, I guess, on your email client, it will set a little reminder for you. But this weekend is basically when you'll be able to get going with that. Understand? I don't. Yeah, just again, as soon as you pay for the promotion, you're done. You'll get an email, again, sometime on the weekend, and it will say, here you go, your stuff turned on. Because what's happened is it's not activated yet, right? So you paid, and that gets you into the promotion, but nothing's activated. And that's why it's saying if you want to use it right now, you got to pay for a monthly subscription, right? So just hang out and stay tuned to your emails, and you'll get something for sure. Again, I would say Saturday night, Sunday morning. Usually, we basically say Monday as like the Scotty principle of depends on how big the test drive is. If they're huge, sometimes it takes a long time for the server to get like geared up and everything. If it's a normal size, I know they added some servers recently, so again, I would bet you're going to get it on the weekend. In the meantime, if you're really interested in getting going, let me suggest that you take our Trade Ideas University right here. So that's a four-part series when it comes to learning the system. It's, I think, the best way, because they start like lesson 101 is really this is what this kind of window is. This is what this kind of window is. It's very, very basic. And then, you can watch that and then take a little break and then come back for 201, 301, and 401. And by the end of 401, they're talking about like machine learning, AI, and auto trading and all kinds of craziness. But it's just a good way to get started. Again, if you're jonesing to get going, that will cut down your learning curve when the time comes and you get access. I think that's a cool way to do it. Tesla going. CRUV is interesting here. This is another AVWAP thing. Getting all these. I'm on experimental builds. I'm on a M1 Mac running ARMS Windows 11. So just ignore the errors. I'm pushing stuff. What is it? CURV. So if I take the anchored VWAP and I draw it from here, you can see how it's like $24. So it was resistance here. So if we can close above this on CURV, I think that's interesting. I don't even know what they do. What do they do? It says up here, women's clothing, profile. E-commerce platform. Apparel and intimates. Ooh la la. Direct to consumer brand for women's. Oh, so it's a clothing store. It's an internet clothing store. Yeah, that will be, once you get access, that'll be fairly easy to do. Hammer daily formations, pretty straightforward, right? You need to define all those things, like what is a volume spike to you, what is a low float to you, right? It's one of those that the devil's in the details, but that should be fairly simple once you have access. No problem, guys. So again, it's a different, generally a different trader every day. It's going to be me again tomorrow. So if you want to pick my brain for some more stuff, I'll be back tomorrow. Again, I'm just, that time of year, everyone's taking vacations and traveling about and everything. So Sean's taking some time off. So I'm doubling up. And then at some point, you're going to have to hear him twice. So if you don't like me talking, just go have a sandwich instead of hanging out tomorrow. If you do want to hear me rant about more stuff, then I will be there. I always love doing this. I think they're super fun. Barry is starting up right now, so I'm going to switch back over to him, and you guys have a good one. What are the hours daily? Just before I go, the stream is going for a very is basically going from open to close. I'm the support sessions are 12 to 1 Eastern. Canadian accent. Well, you're going to get another Canadian accent in a second because here's Barry. Have a good one, guys.
Well, guys, this PHAS is on fire here. PHAS, I thought it looked like it had too much resistance around here, but it's on fire for some reason. I don't see any specific reason for it. I'm just checking the headlines. I don't see any specific reason for it, but lots of volume coming into it. PHAS. Boy, was this messy. I mean, you could sort of tell that this was not going to be easy. The ATCX, it was not going to be easy anyway. Just what it did earlier on in the day and then pulls all the way back. But, you know, when I saw this coming from the option play, I said, okay, you know, I may get interested, but the bid had to get over 12 and it never happened. And I'm talking about the ATCX. All right, here's a little bounce actually for DNMR, a little bounce play for DNMR. Will this keep going or is it going to stall? DNM, again, that's just a rhetorical question, of course. Almost at an all-time low for DNMR. I know I mentioned OTLY when it was up. It hasn't moved that much, but when it was up in this area as a potential topper, OTLY, it moved 30 cents, but it took a long time, so I wouldn't call that necessarily a big winner. Well, I know it's a holiday in Canada today for most provinces, but it seems like it's a holiday right now. I mean, I'm just finding it very, very slow. All right, well, let's take a look at MITK, guys. I mean, this is on the option scanner on the way down. Okay, this is obviously not something making a new high, but it's fulfilling all of the option scanner settings, just making a new low. Let's see if it can maintain underneath this 22. I'm talking about MITK. Shoot! It just went a little bit down on me here. I want to, okay, let's see. So it's just gone negative too. It's just gone negative. 20 cents under the close of Friday. Well, let's see if it can even do anything from here. Okay, so who said that regarding my voice repeating itself? So unless everybody is saying that, then it's got to be on your system. So am I repeating myself, guys? Okay, so it's on your system. Mahamadou. Might have to do a refresh, okay? Yeah, I mean, if you have YouTube open at the same time, there's a slight delay. So yes, you will. You shouldn't have both open.
Booyah.
Oh dear, there's KDMN just popped up. I'm not in this anymore. KDMN just popped up. This was from the option scanner earlier. Took a little loss on it. All right, take a look at Posh. I know Zach mentioned Posh just a while back. Something to do with India. Yeah, so look at this. I mean, big pop up, 30, almost up to $39, and comes right back down to $37.50. Just no continuation for that one for sure. Well, for sure right now. Okay, guys, now OTLY actually is having a bit of a rebound here. Look at the 15-minute chart right there. We had three. Just a minute, guys. Maybe you can hear the frustration in my voice. I mean, it's just flipping. Yeah. Just a minute. Well, today's the worst day. There's no question. Today is the worst day that I've seen, and I hate to say it like that, but you know I got to call it the way it is. Now it may be because of this new single stock window, but today is the worst day. Believe me, I'm talking to them, and they're testing, and they're trying to figure out what is going on. I don't know if it's just me, or I hope it's not just me. What did I see Otley on? That would have been on my bouncers toppers, okay? OTLY, that would have been on my bouncers toppers. I've got this up and running because I'm not getting too many alerts otherwise, so I have my bouncers toppers. So when you see OTLY, when I see the orange, that means at that point anyway. Now, granted, I've had to reload trade ideas a couple of times, but that meant that was potentially looking at a short. If it's green, it's potentially looking at a long and a bounce. So these stocks, orange, would be topping out maybe at the top and maybe ready to move down, whereas the green ones maybe at the bottom, maybe looking to move up. And that is one of the ones I'm sharing. Yeah, I have Hood as one of my thumbnail charts. again, I think, look, if it can somehow find a way to take out 38, that's the IPO price, and maintain over 38, I think it's got a decent shot, but, to maybe get a move on. The high was 40.25. Yeah, well, if you just base it on this, sure, certainly, yeah. I mean, look at the 5-minute chart. Nice consolidation there. I'd like to see maybe a little bit of a volume burst in the 15. Pretty good consolidation here. And we're talking about the HOOD. So Becca, when you're doing your fibs, are you using TradingView? Yeah, so you can't use the auto fib feature, I'm assuming. Boy, this ORGN continues down, guys. I mentioned this one earlier. ORGN continues down, lifetime low, I believe. Not quite, yes. Lifetime low for ORGN. Disastrous IPO. Wow. Imagine. It wasn't an IPO back here? Okay. Symbol name change. SPAC. Yeah, she does have a pleasant voice. Yeah, Hood's looking good. maintaining that pop off that consolidation. I still think if we can get up to 38 somehow, maybe not today, maybe tomorrow, maybe the next day. And again, 38 is its is the IPO price. So well, I'm not in it anymore, but too bad. That KDMN is starting to move now. That came from the option scanner a long time ago. I think it was what, 418? I don't have it right now because 417 or 418 because I had to do a reboot, so I've lost the original ones. All right, guys. Well, again, I'm not seeing too many new alerts.
Wow.
Okay, I know this one just showed up, but I got a bit of a distaste for these NFGs. So let's just see, though. I mean, here it is, DLPN. I mean, it showed up in the option scanner. DLPN. In the pre-market, it got up to 11. I guess it could, you know, take a run at that, I guess, but a lot of volume just came in to DLPN.
Running up.
And I may be totally wrong. So the alert was at 982. I mean, there's definitely volume coming into this DLPN. So it had some news. I mean, such as it was, did have some news in the pre-market. You can see exactly what it did. So let's see if the HOFV is moving in tandem. And the answer is not really. I mean, sort of. I mean, the volume came in, but I don't see the big pop. HOFV.
DLPN.
I mean, look at the difference between DLPN and HOFV. If this loads there, look at that. Yeah, no shorts available for us, real. Wrong, okay. SQ. Okay, so August 5th post market. All right, so you are saying so they've released now. Came out this morning. Now maybe they changed it. Maybe they decided. I mean, look, that's what our provider has. Obviously incorrect. All right. Well, MITK slowly but surely. How can I get the scanner to react to? You talking meme names when they move? Well, we have a meme channel. I mean, so you can always take a look at that. Fast Johnny. If you just want to concentrate on those stocks.
Running up. Running up. Running up.
Okay, well, we do have a similar channel or a similar feature here. So if you have so somebody's asking about, okay, DLPN moved, what would be a sympathy play to it? Okay, so YVR, I don't know if YVR actually moved like that, but yeah, okay, so now I don't know if YVR showed up here, but I mean, and I can't control it, okay? Well, we have something called similar, okay? So in a similar sector, the theory being that if you but this is a pretty crazy sector, okay? This TCAT or the NFG sector. Yeah, so YVR is not showing up here. I mean, but in theory, if you click on similar, these are what similar stocks in the sector are doing. I cannot tell you why YVR is not showing up here. DLPN it's segmented into motion picture and video production, okay? But so I can't answer. I can't tell you, well, YVR, I don't know where it is segmented. But in theory, if you use the similar, for a lot of cases, you will see stocks in the similar sector. Well, volume spikes, we've got a great filter for that. I mean, volume spikes just in general. I'm getting a question about volume spikes. You do a search, right click on it. Are you a subscriber or you just volume spikes with swipes? I don't know what you mean by that. But we have like a volume. I use this for my momentum trades. Volume 1 minute. Yeah, so a volume 1 minute percent, you know, you can, that'll show you. So if you use, say, if you put a minimum of, say, 1,000 in the min box, that means it's really trading extraordinarily in that 1 minute compared to previous 1 minutes, as an example. Now, you can use 500, you can use 2,000. You can fit, you know, there's no right or wrong. For instance, in this one, notice I'm using the volume in the last minute is 1,000% of normal, and 5 minutes is 300% of normal. So you should get volume bursts by using a filter, these two filters, but especially the 1 minute. Give me a moment, please. Okay, guys, VXRT. You may want to take a look at VXRT. This, of course, was really active in the pre-market. So this one got up to what? It got up to 850 in the pre-market, pulled all the way back down here. A little bit of a base on the 15, little pop over 8. Again, if you look left, if you discount today's high, looking left is 930. So had some news this morning, I think. What was the news? FDA clearance for a new drug application for VXRT. Moubin or Moubin, good morning or afternoon. Hello. All right, thank you, Muriel. Thanks for showing up for 3 hours. Yeah, maybe need to torture me. I wish. We'll see you tomorrow. Thanks for all the great ideas again. Oh, I don't know if it's going to 9 today. That's not a great reaction in the pre-market. You know, I mean, it got up to 860, then it pulled right back, popped up a couple of times, but the sellers just took over. I mean, I don't know where it's going from here. Well, right off there's some good news. Well, good news. I mean, there's some volume at least coming in on the 5 minute. You can just see it right there. So when you compare it to all the previous ones over the last several hours, going all the way back to 1050. So that is the biggest volume on the 5 minute since 1050. So, you know, there's some, what time is it right now? So this has another minute to close, this volume bar right here. So there's definitely some, you know, interest right now.
EVGO.
It is showing up. I'm just looking at it right here. And yeah, 7:10. I missed it. So this, I mean, what sort of room does it have? So if you look on the weekly chart, so 731 and 740 could stall it. I mean, the 731 could stall it on that weekly chart. I'm just, you know, I mean, when we were, the ones that were really, really working well, were the ones that had a ton of room. When you looked on the higher time frames, the weekly, daily, and the monthly, you didn't see anything really close. You know, and they, you know, great trends, you know, could run 40, 50, 60, 80 cents without hitting anything. So yeah, I don't love it. I don't love it either. And what did the DLPN do? Probably nothing. Yeah. I'm getting too frustrated, guys. I mean, this is really, really bogging down the software. I mean, I've been talking to them. All right, well, the MITK, I mean, it's inching its way down. Again, if you're wondering why I'm talking about it at all, this is right there. So remember what I did is I basically just took this strategy and I flipped it. So same filters in place, except now I'm just looking for new lows. And if you want that, just flip the strategy. If you don't know how to do it, I can show you. Okay, guys,
DLPN.
yeah, DLPN, yeah, you're right. DLPN is starting to move again.
DLPN.
Well, okay, I mean, okay, 982 on the option scanner, and now it's, I mean, it wasn't easy, but 1054 now, and TCAT, yeah, I'm just gonna look at TCAT. So the NFGs, I guess, are sort of back in play. At least for a day. I mean, there was a little bit of action on Friday with some of them. I think TCAT had some action on Friday. Yeah, it had a little bit of action on Friday, not much, but certainly DLPN and HOFV. HOFV should be the one that's actually moving, but oh my. Okay, well, guys, you saw what happened there, so let's reload. It's wonderful beta testing. This is the first time, I gotta admit, this is the first time since 2010. I always use the beta. Always, always, always. This is the first time I can say that the beta just is not where I think it should be.
GSKY.
Okay, guys, GSKY. Well, I don't know what the original alert was. Was it 710? I think 710. Well, I think it has to do with this single stock window. I think that's what it. I think that is what's happening today. I love it. I mean, I love the look of it, but I think that is causing the problem.
EVGO. GSKY. EVGO.
Okay, give me a moment, guys. I have to send some log files to the brass.
EVGO. EVGO. EVGO.
Okay, Fast Johnny, no, resistance lines are not automatically set. I mean, your idea of resistance might be completely different from mine, okay? So there are no resistance lines that are automatically set. And how do the charts pop up while the scanner is running? When you say, well, you just load charts. I don't know what you mean. Oh, okay. Well, that's a swing exit. Okay, that is a swing exit. It's just a 20-day low. If you're looking on my, if you're looking at GSKY, it just looks at the 20-day low and suggests that might be a swing exit. Okay, so I wouldn't call that necessarily, a support or resistance line. That's what it is. But I don't know what you mean by do the charts pop up? You just load. I mean, charts you can just load. And do you mean when I click on a symbol, why do these all change? Is that what you mean?
GSKY.
Boy, GSKY. I have to say, guys, I think actually the scanner, the option scanner was pretty good today. Okay, so there are only two options, Fast Johnny, with our charts. And when you right click, you click on Properties, and you either have symbol linking checked or you don't. Okay, so if it's checked, so all these charts are checked. That's why when I click on a symbol, all these charts change to that symbol. Whereas the SPY is unchecked, that's why it doesn't change. Okay? And you're using Kev, you're using the docked version? Talking to somebody in our YouTube room? Yeah. Yeah, I just think there are some, and I don't know what they're going to be able to do. I don't know if they'll be able to get it done in time for the test drive next week. I need to understand how to quickly switch between the scanner with a quick click. I don't understand your question, Fast Johnny. I mean, when you click on an alert, I don't understand your question. When you go to any scanner, you click on it, the charts will load. Ah, I see. Okay, I get it, Kev. So I don't understand your question exactly, Fast Johnny. I need to understand how to quickly switch between the scanner with a quick click. I mean, your scanner is giving you ideas, and you just click on you click on the symbol, and that's it. Okay, good. Ah, shoot! I think I missed I must have missed the meeting. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, guys, I'm putting myself on mute. Just a minute. All right, guys, I'm back. Just give me a moment here as I get rid of the message. Yeah, so Lee, so I mean, listen, I mean, you could have found DLPN just in the basic new highs and lows. There's always a trade-off, okay? I mean, when you look, oh, just a minute. Yeah, so breaking above yesterday's highs, yes, I mean, obviously it did, but there are other filters in place. You can relax as many filters as you want that you would have found DLPN, but the problem is that you may introduce a lot of other ones that you don't want to see, okay? So there's always going to be a trade-off, you know, by, you know, right there. I mean, if right here, I'm not 100% sure about the 20 and the 200 SMAs, but right there, that was blocking it because, you know, its short float percent is only 2.34% according to our provider, so it had to be 17%. If you got rid of that, DLPN may show up as an example, okay? But, you know, it was showing up just in the basic new highs and lows, you know, a stock. And I had some, if you look here, I mean, in this particular case, I can see DLPN right here. And it would have shown up earlier. The problem is that I've had to reload trade ideas several times, so I'm only seeing the last time it actually showed up. But I guarantee it would have showed up. It would have shown up earlier than this. But this is just, you know, basic new highs and lows, with some, you know, I'm looking for stocks, but in this particular one, stocks between 1 and 20. The current volume is at least 4. That's the relative volume. You can see right there it's 57. So, you know, this means that it's trading it's trading really abnormally. Of course, it's up 4% from the open. Things like that. You know, it's I'm sharing a lot of my scans. So if you go to my homepage, it's just one of the scans that I'm sharing. It's not a channel. Okay, so I'll just pop the link in. Okay, so if you go to my home page and you click on that link, this is what you'll see. Okay, and then one of these sections is my scans. And so you click here, and here is the basic new highs and lows. I mean, that certainly would have shown it. You know, even with the filters I have in place, certainly DLPN would have shown. So you always have to check to see what filters you've got. You know, usually, I mean, I can almost say, I mean, I'm not saying our data is infallible, but we get the question a lot, how come this one didn't show up? And it's a matter of just, you know, okay, here's the strategy, and here are the filters, and that stock did not meet that filter requirement. The one before that I was showing you, you had, one of the requirements was that it had to have 3 consecutive 5-minute candles in a row. You didn't have it, as an example. You could get rid of that, and you would certainly see it, but again, you may introduce many more that you don't want to see. All right, guys, I'm getting set to wrap this up, and then I have to deal with some Bluetooth stuff. Where is Kev? If I wanted to go back to a previous version of OBS, I'm not sure that's the issue. How would I find it? I did the upgrade over the weekend, and that may be my issue. Before I take off, I'm just going to put the test drive link in again. Okay, so there's the test drive link, guys. And Kev, I'll just quickly, and thank you guys for indulging me, okay? I have some guys who know this OBS project, and I don't know if that's the problem, 100%. But so anyway, here's the test drive link, guys. So you click on the test drive, and this is what you'll see. So if you want to try out trade ideas for 10 trading days, that's between August 9th and August the 20th. If you sign up now, what you're doing is you're pre-registering. So it starts next Monday, all right? A week Monday. You're pre-registering, so you will not get any live data until the 9th, next Monday. So it'll cost $11.11. And also if you have a standard subscription, you want to try our premium service, you can do so. It'll cost you $11.11. Once the test drive is over, it's over. Nothing for you to do. You don't have to unsubscribe. We don't put you into a subscription, okay? There'll be a nice promo code if you do want to take out a subscription later on, but you don't have to worry. We're not going to put you into a subscription automatically. Always, always U.S. dollars. Always U.S. dollars. Okay, U.S. company. Yeah, I'm Canadian, but it's always U.S. dollars. Go to their website. Okay. Just give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. All right, so guys, listen, I'm going to be talking to somebody about OBS. Hope you don't mind. I'm going to be shutting the room down anyway. So if you're hearing non-trade idea stuff, that's what you're hearing. I can sort of get to the bottom of this. It'll really help me going forward. So Kev, this is what's happening. So this is what I've noticed with OBS in the past. If I load OBS, start streaming, and then I connect to Bluetooth, no problem. If I did it in reverse order, if I connected to Bluetooth and then I started streaming, OBS would cut off Bluetooth, my Bluetooth connection. No big deal. I would just have to reconnect. So I'd always have to remember to do it in that order. Today, what's happened is that, and now remember, I did an upgrade over the weekend, and I don't know for sure if that's the issue. So what's happened is that I connect to Bluetooth, it plays for about 5 or 10 seconds, and then it stops. Okay, it just stops. So I'm not sure if it's because, and I haven't been able to test it because I didn't want to stop streaming at all. So if that in fact is the issue when I stop streaming and then I connect to Bluetooth and it's working, then I know it must be the new OBS upload or the upgrade, so-called upgrade that I did over the weekend. And if that's the case, then that's why I asked, is there a way I can go back to the previous version? If that's not the issue, then I'm going to have to figure something out. It's got nothing to do with OBS. So does that make sense? Yeah, it's not the projection. It's not the projection. It's just it's just the issue. That's why I had to play my, in order for me to hear my sound alerts, everything was coming through my speakers. Of course, you guys could hear that. And, I have a little music going in the background. Not what I want to do, but... Oh, I don't know how that works. And I really don't know. You might want to... I have no idea. I don't get too involved in the accounting. You can maybe contact or go to our homepage and just ask that question, okay? Let me just give you the homepage link. Okay, and just give them your email that you use to sign up, and I don't know how that'll work, okay? This is the first time this has happened, Kev, but it seems, you know, with OBS, I mean, again, as I explained, the order of starting Bluetooth was important. Whatever that version is, where am I going to find it? Help and about, I guess, like every other one. Help and about. Yeah, 27.01, 27.0.1. Yes. And again, it may not be the issue. I'm just waiting to shut the room down so I can stop streaming. Then I'll connect the Bluetooth without OBS being up and see if that is the issue. I hope it is. Then I can just go back to a previous build, I hope. Otherwise, I am, I don't know what I'm going to do. Really? Okay, well. Okay, guys, so I think I am going to shut down now because Kevin, I'll be able to try it. There's nothing, and then otherwise I'll just troubleshoot myself. Might be something else that's going on. Who knows? Maybe it's a new single stock window. All right, guys, are there any other questions? Now, we'll stick around if there's some questions. Otherwise, I'm going to shut the room down now. Okay, I don't think I see any. Okay. I'm just going to get my script together. All right, guys. So I don't see any questions. Okay. Well, again, I apologize for the you know, the intrusion with my music and the sound alerts. Hopefully, I'll have that rectified by tomorrow. So have a great evening, everybody, and I'll open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern time. I hope to see you then. Bye bye. Thanks, Kev, for trying. Okay. Yeah, the screen sharing is working. Yes. Okay. Okay, guys. Thanks a lot.